Okay, we're going to play some Lamentations of the Flame Princess today, and I'm going to be running the Death Frost Doom module, a very cool classic adventure written for Lamentations. So I'm going to go ahead and just read the introduction and set the player characters up. So, there is a mountain that no one climbs. It dominates the landscape like fear and the memories of what once lived there. But memory recedes and rumor breeds, and the rumor this time is a rumor of gold. The player characters were in the bottom of the mountain in a village town, or a mountain town, and they heard some rumors of this gold at the top on Death Frost Mountain. And essentially, they spent a few days gathering some equipment, gathering their nerves, and then decided to make the climb. They figured it would take them about 16 to 20 hours to get up. Um, and after, a good day's climb, they came across, well, first they smelt it, actually. They smelled horrible, horrible rotting meat smell, and eventually came across a chaotic scene of skins hanging from lines of gut, fresh and dried blood, carved plaques and wooden slabs, small animals amateurishly taxidermized, scattered tools, bones, and antlers, all surrounding a small tent-like hut made from crude layers of staked, stretched hide. Upon investigating, they found human waste rotting around near a low stone wall. Um, After a few moments, they came across a man uh, wearing hide clothing, carrying a bone knife and a sling and a large axe. And he had rotted teeth. His breath smelled horrible whenever he began talking. Essentially, he introduced himself. His name was Ezekiel Duncaster, and he explained essentially that and by no means should you head up to Death Frost Mountain. But we'll say that the PCs convinced him otherwise, and if anything, he gave you all a fair warning, and basically, left you guys with the idea in his mind that you would be dead within the day. He did tell you one thing though, to keep a lookout for the name and remember the name Mary Bell Walker. And you would remember that you also did see it hanging on a large wooden plaque near his hut. So after further climbing and a small rest and then some further climbing, you finally hit the peak. And as you approach the tree line, the landscape became increasingly unnatural. Insects, which were already kind of rare in the cold mountain, disappeared. You would see no shrubs, no birds, no other animals, no sign of any life at all, just dead trees standing still. You feel a painful, almost admonishing wind, as if it's trying to warn you and stop you and push you back, but you keep going. And then you finally cross the last ridge at the entrance of a graveyard. As you do so, the wind and all sounds immediately stop. Um, if anything, you can hear an otherworldly, barely audible, penetrating noise coming through the air, but it's gone before you even really can guess what it might be. It almost sounds like the constant intimation of a nail being scraped across a chalkboard. And at the end of this graveyard, across the ways, you see a cabin. To the right of you, there's a large oak tree that looks, old, rotted, and just twisted. Aside from that, that's essentially where you will begin at the beginning of this graveyard. So I guess we'll go ahead and introduce you two. Start with Corinne. Corinne, tell us who you are playing. Corinne might
You're
be
still muted. Well, while waiting for her,
Yes.
I'll go. I am playing Gordir Tankard Hammer, a dwarf from a distant land. He's short, wearing chain armor. He's got a shield strapped onto his back and a hand axe at his waist, and he's furiously smashing his way through the snow, which is probably about nose level with him. But his stubby little dwarven legs are just plowing away as he's making his way towards this graveyard.
Hi, sorry about that. I was moving to a quieter place in the house. I'm playing Lael. She is a tiny little elf. So we got the dwarf and the elf thing going. I like that. And she's geared up in leather armor and a shorts or a sword, and so she's just kind of helping Gordier whenever like the drifts get too deep. She kind of pulls him out, make sure that his beard doesn't get too tangled up in the snow.
Very nice.
Classy. It's colder than a witch's tit out here.
Have you met many witches?
Oh, I might have married one or two once or twice.
So were they witches before or after they were married?
He just starts laughing. I don't think they started that way.
They usually don't.
And as you have this banter back and forth, more wind picks up, and it's incredibly icy, just very cold wind. Aside from that, there's really no signs of life or anything. But again, you have the graveyard, in front of you with hundreds of graves on each side of this kind of windy path through the middle of it. That, of course, ends in a cabin. And again, the first thing next to you is a large tree. And yeah, aside from that, do what you wish.
Gordier would just continue smashing his way towards the carving a path in the snow towards the cabin, unless Lael wanted to go check out the tree or something.
Yeah, is there anything weird about the tree? Is it a pine tree? Is it something that would be up this far a mountain peak?
It is just weird in the sense that, it's just a very, very large old oak tree. Very knotted, twisted. But aside from that, you can't like pick anything out from a distance, basically. It just looks kind of brutal.
I'll go over and check out the tree before I head towards the cabin.
Yeah, and as you got closer, if you would look at the bark, it would almost have like a flesh-like texture, but very, very dark and, still looking like bark, basically. But it does look fleshy.
Well, that's kind of disconcerting, and I'll give the tree a poke. Does it move?
What would you poke it with, like a finger or a weapon?
A finger.
Nice. It doesn't move. It just kind of squishes in just a little bit. Not very deep, but it's definitely gross, I think.
Yeah, that is gross.
Aside from that, nothing too crazy about it. The wind might cause it to, some of the thinner branches to move a bit, make kind of a groaning sound. Moaning, rather.
Are you gonna dance about this one, lassie?
It's a little too cold for that kind of dancing, and I'll like head over to Gordier and to the cabin. I haven't ever seen a squishy tree before.
They all look the same to me.
Very nice. And yeah, so you make your way. It's kind of a longer path. Again, just tons and tons of graves on both sides of you. When you get about halfway, can you both roll a search check for me? See if you spot anything interesting in the graveyard.
I rolled a success.
Nice.
I got a 6, so no.
Okay. So one success. So the dwarf, as you're walking about midway through the path, off to your left, kind of a distance off the path, you would see what looks like a cold, probably dead hand sticking out from the freshly laid snow. You might even see like a bit of hair blowing, from the back of its skull.
I'll approach the body with an axe out and kind of nudge it with my foot.
Yeah, the
So
body
all
wouldn't.
behind him.
Yeah, the body definitely wouldn't give. Might crack just a little bit from the iciness, being iced over. If you would uncover, maybe kick some of the snow around, you would just see a guy there lying dead, face down, of course, in nothing but a nightshirt. Um, aside from that, let's see. Yeah, not much. Just this dead guy.
These humans don't have the sense the gods gave a dog. Who comes out in a blizzard like this wearing nothing but a nightshirt?
Does it look like he was like buried at some point and then for some reason came up, or is he just, dude in a nightshirt took a walk during a storm?
It looks like he was heading away from the cabin, kind of towards the path back down the mountain. If anything, it doesn't look like he was buried at any point.
Maybe he
For
was
reasons
drunk.
like this. Maybe. The drinks never made me stay out in the cold, though.
Well, humans can be a little stupider than us old folk.
Very true. And I'll flip his body over. I mean, he's in a nightshirt, but I'll still give him the pat down, see if he has anything on him, which he probably doesn't.
No, you can give him a pat down. You wouldn't find anything on him. Just this nightshirt he has. His face just almost looks like it was frozen in horror, we'll say. He has an orange mustache. I think that'd probably be the only really noticeable or memorable thing about this corpse.
See, it's reasons like this that their treasure will soon be ours. Let's get on up to this cabin and find all these golds.
Agreed.
Very nice. So you guys will, I guess, make your way back, heading towards the cabin.
Yeah.
Very cool. And before you get there, do one more search check each.
Ooh, that's a success.
Nice.
I am not successful this time.
So this time, Lael, we'll see off to the right, kind of towards the end of the graveyard there, not too far from the cabin. You would see like a grate covering something, just like a slab of metal, basically, kind of protruding from the ice. Looks like it's something, just sheet of metal, essentially, oddly placed amongst some graves.
I'll point it out to Gordier and kind of head over to it and so it's like a sheet of metal. And
Yes.
Can I kick it over with my foot?
Or
Or is it heavier than that?
It's pretty heavy. It's incredibly heavy actually. Yeah.
Want to see what's under it?
Let's do it. And Godir will squat down and attempt to open up this grate.
You could attempt, but as you maybe run your fingers along the edge of it, you would feel just very, very solid ice kind of sealing in the grate there.
Is it blocked by snow of any kind, or can we brush it away? Look inside.
You can brush away the snow off top, but it would just reveal again just more metal, just a large metal sheet.
Okay.
Is this some sort of like a vent? Would I be able to use my architecture to tell if this is some sort of vent for something?
Yeah, go ahead and you can roll architecture on that.
I fail.
Okay, so yeah, to you it would just look like a shaft or a grate, possibly a shaft under it, but you can't confirm that.
I think it might be a shaft, but I'm not sure for what purpose. Not like try and see how far down there I can see if it is a shaft or a pit or of some sort.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to see anything. Just maybe make an assumption.
Have you heard about there being any mines up here?
You have not.
Most
Yeah.
graveyards don't have ventilation shafts, do they?
Well, the dead don't need to breathe, so I would imagine not. Can I use my axe to chip away at the ice around it?
Yeah, you can do that. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not even going to make you roll. We'll say you chip away not a lot of the ice, but enough to where you start to hear this really, really unearthly sound kind of coming from like echoing through what you would now be able to confirm as a shaft under this grate.
It is a shaft. What is that god awful noise? I look around, and does it appear that the noise is coming from this grated shaft?
Yeah, something deep down inside it, of course.
Does it sound like wind flowing through it, or does it sound like someone like, or like his axe blows echoing?
It sounds more. It's hard to pin exactly what it sounds to you, what it sounds like to you. It's just kind of an otherworldly, kind of like really deep howl. Not unlike wind, but not exactly wind either. So, just kind of an unearthly sound.
And
Never
does it
heard of
look
a
like?
ventilation shaft making that kind of noise before.
Well, they did say this place be cursed. I don't be believing the rumors. Human curses usually just mean bad weather.
Or more
And,
drunk people.
or that. And have I chipped away enough ice to try and open this grate, or is it just?
It
am
looks
I
like
smart enough?
it would be impossible to do that, you would think.
Yeah.
Without risking breaking your axe, perhaps.
Yeah. I don't think I can get this thing open. Perhaps we should cover it with snow so that whatever's moaning down there, that sound is blocked off.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. We can kick some snow back over it.
After having worked to free it of snow and ice, we're now piling the snow back up over it, hopefully drowning out some of that noise.
Yeah, and it definitely would. The only noise you would hear at this point would be the the icy wind blowing in the graveyard itself.
Let's see what yonder cabin holds for us. And I'd start stomping my way back towards the cabin.
Yeah, maybe we'll find that gentleman's knickers.
You would want some gentleman knickers, wouldn't you, Lassie?
And so as you approach the cabin, let's say you're about 60 feet out, so not too far. It's just looks like almost a petrified cabin in the ice. It's shabby and bizarre. The roof looks like it's sagging a little bit beneath the weight of the snow. And off to the left of it, about 30 feet to the left of the cabin, you see a well. Aside from that, that's all you see.
Is there a porch?
There's like a small porch, yeah.
I'd be stomping on the porch, knocking the snow off of my boots, and like flapping my arms.
Yeah, so you could easily knock the snooty snow off.
Yeah, flapping my arms and slapping my shoulders and stuff, trying to get some warmth before I just stomp right up to the door and give it like a policeman style banging.
Okay. And as you would get, of course, closer to the walls of the cabin there, next to the door, you would both see that they're scrawled with neurotically minute calligraphic writing in the bleak and ancient language of Duvan Ku, which I think you would both recognize just being kind of magical creatures yourself. And it's kind of known to be like more of an evil language. It's not really one that's talked much of anymore, at least in any proper parts of the world. And it's just scrawled all over the walls of the outer walls.
Does it look like it would be like any sort of incantation type to like the pattern of the language or anything like that?
Well, yeah, because you have read magic, you would be able to read it. And it looks like, if anything, it's some pretty useful information. You want me to just read it all out for you? And
Yeah, I would totally cast read magic so I could read it.
cool, cool. So you would see different phrases, some of them being, look upon the seven faces of immensity, look upon the breaker of all things. And this is the fifth octacle. This is the greater servitude. You would also see mystical protection runes that are, you would understand that they're long canceled, but they indicate the cabin was once defended like a fortress. You would see some other like outdated runes referencing a quote unquote bound and conquered god. You see a lot of names that pop up, all over the place on the wall, including the Twin Inquisitors, um, Vorgan Pax, Nazir an Azat, Exalted Interrogator, Aleph, Averk Narn, Praetor Pontifex Cyrus Carthenrax, Maximus, and all claimed to be resting in splendor, gracing this place with death and that which they liberated from life. And you'd see lots of other euphemisms for buried here with a lot of stuff, crypts beyond the Black Tunnel, etc., etc. And finally, with some searching, you would find what appears to be an incomplete formula for trapping and channeling the energies of tortured and obedient souls in some kind of liquid. So it's a lot of information, but if you need me to repeat any, of course you can. But you would your character would have all this knowledge.
Is it basically kind of like a memorial wall of like dudes that died in service of this protection?
Yeah,
Or
it looks like it's just a lot of all these names. You would think reference some kind of mass burial, perhaps, or like a big crypt where they're all resting. As far as what they did before, you don't really have an idea. Whether or not they were defending the cabin, you can't tell.
I would perk up as she's reading out the various treasures and stuff that's said to be buried with these people, and my eyes would have a very avarice gleam.
I don't like the sound of trapping tortured souls in a liquid.
It's just death talk. You know how these humans be.
And Alan, you said you wanted to just kind of bang on the door, I think, or
Yeah, it'd be like a very forceful, but like the police are needing to talk to you type knock, more of a beating on the door than a polite knock.
okay, let me grab some dice. So, as you bang on the door, it of course falls loudly forward into the cabin's main room there. Yeah. So that's what it does. It's just a very loud crash into the cabin's main room.
I'd kind of hoot a little laughter in surprise and be like, I don't even know my own strength.
Well, that's great though. Now, how are we gonna get warm with the door open like that? You're gonna let a draft in all night.
And entering the cabin, I'd probably prop the door up behind us to hopefully shut out some of that cold, chill wind.
Yeah, it's easily done. Of course, you would, if as you're picking up and examining the door, you'd see that there's no hinges on it. But you could definitely just kind of wedge it in the door frame. But another interesting thing happens as y'all both cross into the threshold of the cabin. You begin to hear harpsichord music coming from the southeastern corner of the cabin. You couldn't see exactly where it's coming from, but you would get that idea. The music itself is not quite harmonizing, but it's close to harmonizing with the wind outside. And you didn't hear it whenever you were outside, even with the door open. It only happened when you walked in.
I would call out, I'd ready my shield and my axe and call out and say, hey, show yourself. I hear you playing that there music. I guess I channeled a little bit of pirate there.
And you would get no response, just this continuous music that fills what you would assume is the main room, or the living room, whatever you want to call it, which is in front of you. Um, it's just filled with lots of mundane items. I mean, you'll have like some chairs, some tables, a few windows in there, three chairs exactly, actually. Yeah, a table. Um, there's also a fireplace with a large stag's head trophy above it. And you also see a mirror in the corner of the room. There's a cabinet-sized water clock against one of the walls, and I think that is it. And there's also, of course, a doorway to your left, which is the southern wall. That is closed, of course, perhaps leading off to another part of the cabin.
I would head over to the fireplace and kind of check it and see if the flue is clear and all that other good stuff.
Yeah, it looks like almost looks like a working fireplace. If anything, there might be some snow falling softly from up above. And again, there's a stag's head trophy above it, which has some very, very like icy cold eyes. I think that you would notice as you got closer to the fireplace there. Would you want to examine them like closer, perhaps, or?
The eyes? Yeah, if they don't look like normal, like taxidermy glass eyes, then yeah, I'd be curious.
So yeah, you would look at them. They have like a syrupy substance inside. It's like icy, kind of swirling very slowly behind the eyes, kind of the glass eyes.
I'd be standing in the middle of the room, kind of taking a step side to side and comment, "Oh, they're unnerving. They seem to be following me, no matter where I stand," and looking at the eyes.
Yeah, I after reading the thing about trapping souls in like liquid, the eyes would be like really unnerving, and so I would look for something to cover the stag's head's face with, so it's not looking at us anymore.
Yeah, and you would probably find some like just scrap cloth lying around somewhere you can throw over the head of the stag.
And then, is there any wood next to the fireplace? Like, how some have like the little basket of firewood ready for someone to light a fire. Is there anything like that in there?
There is not. It is empty.
Don't suppose we packed any firewood with us on our way up the or it was because yeah, I don't, that tree makes me nervous too.
I don't have firewood, so unless we went out and started chopping on the tree, the fleshy tree as he described it.
Yeah,
Sure
the squishy tree. I don't know. Squishy trees probably, yeah, seems like it'd be too wet to burn. It's squishy. So we could sacrifice one of the chairs. There's only two of us.
And I would happily start chopping a chair down into pieces.
Definitely easily done. There are, let's see, three chairs in the room, two kind of close to the fireplace, and one against the southern wall against the desk. So you could easily grab one right there by the fireplace and chop it up. One thing that was peculiar about the chairs, though, before you begin chopping, actually, let's see, roll a wisdom check, both of you. So that would be, you want to get under.
Under?
Yeah.
Got a 9. My wisdom's 11. It's a success.
Very nice.
I am not very wise. I am well over.
Yeah, so the elf would recognize that the chairs have been facing both of you, no matter what direction you're standing. Like, whenever you came in, the chairs were facing you. And now as you're reaching to grab one of the chairs, Alan, Yeah,
Oh,
they would be facing again.
that's not right. Those were facing the other way when we came in.
I would probably chop them both up at this point, then.
And you can easily do it.
Weeping angel chairs.
Exactly.
And these chairs, as you destroy them, of course, they're not facing you anymore. But nothing else really happens, at least to your perception. So
They're facing their maker now.
So you want to, I guess, light the chairs up in the fireplace?
Yeah, I'd break out my tinder kit and start a fire, hopefully to get some warmth.
Okay.
And I'd go over to the desk.
Very nice. Yeah, and as Cordier is lighting up the fire, which is easily done within a few minutes, on the desk you see a very thick book, almost as thick as a human torso. It's lying on this desk. The desk is very unassuming. It's not a very interesting looking desk, but the book almost looks like it's bound in flesh.
Ugh.
Do you want to pick it up, maybe study it a bit? It is quite heavy. I mean, you could just, of course, flip it open or something. But...
Like it's visibly made from flesh?
Yes, and as an elf, you would see that it's actually the flesh of virgin elves, is what it's actually bound with. And there's fittings of tarnished brass on it. The cover, as you would get closer, says "that which was given." And it's in this, of course, language of Divan Ku, which you would recognize. And again, it's a massive book, as thick as a human torso.
Well, nothing good has ever come from reading books made from flesh in the cabin in the middle of nowhere. So I would be too disgusted by the fact that it's, made with, people like myself's skin to read it, but I would mention it to Gordier. Be kind of agreeing in the face a little bit.
Ah, that's nasty. Sounds like some sort of dark magic.
Making those rumors that Ezekiel was saying about the curse seem a little bit more likely.
They always say that the biggest treasure troves are cursed. In my adventuring days, I've found very little truth in such things. And Gordier would be very skeptical of curses and cursed treasure and whatnot.
This skeptical or not, there's no reason to invite trouble either, and so I would again look for something to cover up the nasty buckweb.
Yeah, we'll say there's some more cloth scraps you can throw over this book. And
I've got this fire going. I've got this fire going. If you want to commit your virgin elven friends to the flame.
That would involve touching it to do so. But yeah, sure, she'll pick up the book with the cloth and try and toss it in the fire. Because that's nasty.
Oh yeah, you can definitely do so, and it would just make a crackling sound as the, of course, dried leather is burnt up, But one interesting thing, as the book catches and the paper begins to burn, you hear, and both of you would hear, just a really, really, really intense, loud, high-pitched screams coming from what sounds like millions of voices. And this is going to last probably as long as the book is burning, which is going to take probably at least 15, 20 minutes for this massive book to completely burn. So it's just incredibly loud.
Once the book starts screaming, I'd be maybe there is some truth to these cursed rumors.
What? Lael has her hands over her ears, trying to block out the sounds.
I'd reach back into the fire with my axe and kind of hook the book and pull it out and start stomping on it to put it out.
Yeah, you can definitely do so, and it would stop. The screaming would stop as the flames go out. Yeah, and now you just have your big nasty,
Half-burned book.
yeah, half-burned elf skin book.
It probably smells
Oh, it smells horrible.
horrendous.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd kick it. I'd go towards the door and kick it. Try and kick it outside.
Yeah, you can easily do so. Just remove the door and yeah, kick it out, and it is lost into the snow, and soon will be covered with fresh snow and ice.
And looking at the mirror, does anything look odd about the mirror? Or has there been any odd reflections or anything, or does it just seem like a standard mirror?
Definitely not a standard mirror. As you look at it, you would see yourself, but you would not see your elf companion. But you would see some more Duvanku language, kind of all along the scroll work around the glass, saying
Yeah.
different things. Yeah.
You don't. I'd probably notice it on the way back from kicking the book in, and I'd call Lael over and point out that she's not in the mirror.
If I stand in front of the mirror, can I see myself?
No, but you would see the dwarf. And if you would read the inscriptions kind of around the glasswork, you would see different phrases saying every brother, every sister, and unseen. Repeated around it, basically.
Every brother, every sister, every unseen.
Yeah, every brother, every sister, and just unseen.
Oh, just unseen. Okay.
You have family that's been here before. There's something about you I should know, lassie.
Not that I'm aware of.
It's quite strange that you show no reflection.
Is there like any type of lore or anything like that that would make sense as to why an elf would show up and a dwarf would?
Probably not, but yeah, definitely not. But if you're looking at the glass, maybe for a few moments, you would both see that it starts like it's faintly bubbled and looks really cold and frosty, not unlike the eyes of the stag.
Lael would reach out and touch the mirror, I think, to see if anything changes.
Yeah, and as you touch it, just like icy, sensation shoots up your arm for as long as you're, touching the mirror. Very, very cold.
That's not normal.
Should we murderize it like the chairs?
Is that your solution to everything, Gordier?
I tend to find that most of my problems are solved by showing them me axe.
Well, like not inviting curses, I don't think breaking mirrors would be a wise decision either. But perhaps we could cover it up.
Does there seem to be a sheet or anything that would be of size to cover this mirror?
Not the entire thing, no. Sadly.
Could we take it off the wall and turn it around so it's not facing us?
Yes, it would take both of you. It is incredibly heavy, but yeah, you can lean it up facing the opposite direction.
We turn the mirror around against the wall.
Very nice.
And while we're grunting and straining, moving it, I'll be grumbling. Sometimes it's just easier to murder these things.
And then sometimes things with, ancient languages should maybe not be destroyed out of hand.
That's why I bring you on these trips. This mysticism I know. I don't understand it. And after that, I'd rifle through the drawers of the desk if there's anything of value or interest or note.
Nah, you would just see some just dust, cobwebs, snow probably, or ice or something. Yeah, it's just nothing interesting.
Have you been in the corner with the harpsichord music yet? Or where it was coming from?
No, you haven't. Again, it's against the south wall. There's a door that's shut, of course, so with a clock next to it on the wall. And yeah, you would assume behind the door perhaps is more rooms of the cabin.
Does the clock appear to be working?
The clock is working. It's a pretty big clock, size of a cabinet. Yeah,
Does it appear to have the correct time?
it does have the correct time.
Does the liquid is it water? You said it was a water clock.
It is a water clock. Yeah,
And it looks like water.
it looks kind of misty, icy liquid.
Kind of like the same as the.
Yes.
Ugh, everything has that weird liquid. Just very disturbing after what the door said.
Let's see. And yeah. So yeah, that's all that you would see basically with the clock. Yeah.
Then I would approach the door to the south and give Lael the nod that I'm going to open it and open it up.
Very nice.
And Gorbier has his like axe out, right? Constantly.
Yep. And he's currently got his shield in hand as he does so. So he's kind of using his shield hand to. I imagine it's like a buckler strapped to his arm. So he's using his shield hand to open it and then kind of quickly duck behind it.
Okay. Yeah. After all of like these weird things in like the main room, Leia would take out her sword as well.
Very nice. And yeah, the door would open inward, no problem. This time, not falling. And you would see yourself. You'd see a kitchen. Looks like a kitchen and a pantry and stuff in this room. Just cabinets, shelves, countertops. The whole works. There's a window against the western wall. There's another door immediately to your left as you enter, as well as one further down on the left. One on the right at the very end. And yeah, in the center of the room, there's a trap door on the floor with a large padlock on it.
Not seeing an immediate threat, I'd approach the closest door.
Okay, so it's the immediately on your left.
Yeah, I'd approach that door and fling it open the same way, ducking behind my shield and expecting something to come out at me.
Cool. And yeah, you would open it right up. You'd get the idea that it's probably like a spare bedroom. It's quite small. Could be the main one. You would see. Let's see. You'd see the. Let's see. There's a wardrobe, a bedpan. There's a large pack in the corner. There's slippers at the foot of the bed with a comfortable-looking bedroll on top. There's a footlocker, and there's a sheathed sword on top of the footlocker. You see a book, some quill, some ink. And yeah, that's it. Pretty small room.
Again, not seeing a threat in this one. I would, in wanting to come back after ensuring that we're completely alone, I'd move to the next door, toss it open, and look inside that room as well.
Very nice. So the next one is about, let's see, about 15 feet further down on the same side, towards the back of the cabin, and you can fling that door open. And it looks like a sitting room. There's a chair, a bench, and a harpsichord. There's a 4-foot tall painting on the wall. And the harpsichord, the keys are not moving, but of course you hear that very, very eerie music, and it's much louder in this room. And as you, I guess you would both be in the doorway, I assume. you would see this the painting in particular. It depicts both of you inside the cabin, wearing exactly what you're wearing now, um, and you're standing before an altar with a very very tall gray skeleton looming above the altar, with an open door leading into a dark tunnel behind the skeleton. It's in a really crisp and medieval style. Um, very very beautifully done painting. What
I
would you
would.
like to do?
I'd probably be very confused seeing a painting of myself. And does it appear to be new or ancient or
It
Is that
looks
really what I
ancient.
look like?
It looks incredibly ancient, like probably, let's say 500 years old. It's a much older style.
and it's clearly me and or myself and Lael in the painting, not just people who
Correct.
look.
Yeah.
What do you make of this, Lael? This looks like some sort of magic.
I would walk over to the painting. Does it have like a little inscription or anything? How some paintings have like a frame with like a little tag. Does it have anything like that?
You're muted, Marcus.
Oops, I was sitting there explaining. No, it is not. There's no text on it. But as you got closer, you would see your character Leo would be holding a goblet. You're like sipping from it, and light is shining from above you in the painting.
Am I doing anything in particular? You said there was a large skeleton. Am I like fighting this skeleton or?
No, you're just kind of standing there before the altar, kind of near the, facing the skeleton.
Does like this might be a strange question, but does the light look benevolent?
Yeah, it looks like a holy light almost.
Hmm. And there's like no type of like aura or glow about anything that Gorodir is doing in the painting.
No.
Is he just standing and staring at the skeleton?
Yeah, basically, it's kind of there next to you. And one interesting thing about this room in particular is that being that you're an elf and you're magically inclined, um, you would not detect any magic whatsoever from this painting, and actually, you wouldn't even detect it from the harpsichord next to it. A magicless room. Yeah.
And this music is still playing?
It is. The keys are not moving though.
And I'm assuming that this is a harpsichord like Captain Hook had. There's some sort of harp on the inside of a box, so to speak.
Yeah, essentially, it's one of those monophonic harpsichords.
Would it be openable to view the actual harpsichord?
Yeah, you can open it up. You would not notice any of the strings being moved. It looks like it's completely inactive, but the sound is still happening. The music.
I'd arch an eyebrow at Lael and say, "Do I give it me axe?"
Well, it's not magical, so there has to be some sort of explanation. Do I recognize the music?
No, you do not. But being that the door is open, you would hear the eerie kind of wind sound coming from the center of the kitchen, perhaps from the padlocked trap door, and the harpsichord music is kind of matching it, but it's not perfectly in tune with it. It's a little off, so it's a little disconcerting. Feels very strange to your ears.
Like on the harpsichord, is there any way to tune it so that it does match, or is it just kind of it is what it is?
It appears to be just what it is. You could fiddle with the tuning the strings there, but it wouldn't make a difference.
Okay.
What happens when I start not necessarily banging on it, but I'll press a couple keys Does it stop the music or add to the music, make its own noise?
It'll make its own noise thrown in to the sound that you're hearing, but it doesn't. It wouldn't match the pitch of the key that you're hitting.
So it is functional as well as making, and it appears that the music's coming from this harpsichord too, right?
The music appears to
Or
just be coming
sounds.
from all around you.
Okay.
But it is harpsichord music, and this is a harpsichord, so you would probably assume it's coming from it.
Was there anything else in this room besides the painting and the harpsichord? Was there a bench?
Yeah, there's a bench in front of the harpsichord for someone to sit and play. Aside from that, there's a chair in the corner near the painting, and a window looking out into the field there, the icy field.
Does the chair turn
chair
the faces?
Actually, in this room, the chair is not facing. It's facing the window. It has not been following you.
Are all of the windows facing in the cabin? Are they all facing the cemetery, or?
No, these on this side are just facing kind of out towards the well. The cemetery would be, so you're facing eastward right now if you're looking out the window. The cemetery would be to your north.
Okay.
Yeah, north by northeast a little.
That's right. We passed the cemetery to get here. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So have we determined that every room in this cabin is empty of apparent life?
There's still one more. There's a door directly across from the one you're at. And that's the last one in the cabin. You want to kick that one in or go in there, you said?
Yeah, I wouldn't kick it in. I would just quickly make sure that there's nobody going to jump out at us.
Yeah, definitely. And it would fly right open, no problem. This looks like probably the main bedroom. It's a little bit bigger than the other one. It has a bed, a footlocker, and a nightstand. On the nightstand, there's a candle and a bag. Let's see. And that is it.
Having discerned no immediate threat, I'd start inspecting the room, like checking under the mattress, underneath the bed, opening up the footlocker, going through the nightstand.
Mm-hmm. The footlocker is empty. However, the what's it called? The bag, little bag, the sack or whatever on top of the nightstand, contains what you would recognize as a dwarf. You recognize this powder. It's called purple lotus powder. And you would gather there's probably 10 doses of it. Just this purple powder, very, very, very finely cut. And you recognize it as a dwarf that it's a legendary substance that's rumored to be able to transform someone into a god or annihilate them in the space between seconds. But you're not sure which. You've never actually seen some yourself.
I would inform Lael about that and say, looks like they have the legendary purple lotus powder. It's said to either turn you into a god or annihilate you between the spaces of seconds.
Only the dwarves would have something quite so contentious.
You want to do a line with me?
That's a pass.
Maybe later. And I tuck away the pouch.
Okay.
In my pack.
So you're not doing a line right now? Sounds good. Yeah. And aside from that, there's really not much in this room. No window or anything. Yeah.
Nothing in the nightstand, just the bag.
Yeah, just a bag resting on top.
We saw something there was some belongings in the other bedroom. Perhaps we should search through that. Maybe it was our night-shirted gentleman's things.
Let's do it.
Okay.
We'd head back to that room and start rifling through it as well.
Definitely. And you would find where am I? So yeah. So let's say we'll start with the wardrobe. You would find slippers, several layers of leggings, a tunic, and a thick wool coat. Inside the pack, you would find 50 feet of silk rope, extra clothing, a pickaxe, cooking pots, 2 weeks of rations, a grappling hook, a climbing harness, spiked climbing boots, flint and tinder, 4 flasks of lamp oil, 12 candles, and a lantern. Quite a stuffed pack. Inside the footlocker, you would find, let's say, 36 silver pieces. You would also find a dagger tucked into the bedroll. And if you would inspect the book that was on top of the footlocker there, you would see that it is in fact a diary of a climbing journal of a man named Norquist Orv. It's in the common tongue. You would of course both be able to read it. There's diagrams and maps of the various routes that he tried to ascend this mountain, and finally the one that worked for him. If you read through it, you would see that he is a very accomplished mountaineer. And the final entry, however, reads, "The trees of this mountain seem almost agonized." Yeah, and aside from that, there's lots of very, very good, dense information about mountaineering. But you would probably assume this is the gentleman, the iced over corpse out in the field there. It's probably his belongings.
Don't suppose
I'd
his
probably be
orange mustache had any purple lotus powder stuck through the bristles.
If it did, you probably wouldn't be able to have seen it in the ice, the frost over it. So you're not sure.
I'm sure while Lael's probably reading that logbook, I'd be splitting the 36 silver and handing her half of it. And I'd probably add the lantern oil, the silk rope, and the hook, probably the climbing gear too, to my own pack.
And the pickaxe might be useful, and the boots,
Mm-hmm.
just to have.
Yeah, y'all can easily take all, anything you need, of course. Let's see. And Leo, you were reading the journal there, the mountaineering guide and such.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you would have the knowledge of how to use this man's very high quality climbing gear, and you would also gain a +1 intelligence bonus to checks involving the assessment of tax policy and identifying plants, including local plants.
Tax policy and plants. It's very specific.
Yes.
And I would inspect the quality of this guy's short sword. Is it a decent sword, silvered, or?
It's mundane, but it's well made for sure. It's not magical though.
Would that be a D6 or a D8 sword?
I think a short sword's a D6.
Yes, because my regular generic sword is a D8.
Yes, short sword is a D6.
I might stick that on my back as well.
Nice.
You never have too many weapons.
This is true.
I'd take his dagger that was under the bedroll.
Okay. And it's just a regular mundane dagger, but of good quality. So you can easily take that. Let's see, aside from that, I think that is everything.
We can search the kitchen now, I suppose.
And when she says that, I start rubbing my hands together, knowing that. I don't know why, but my dwarf would probably assume that Lael's a great cook because elves do that sort of thing.
Tends to be what happens in games where I play elves, yes.
Well, sadly, you would find nothing, basically. It's just empty cabinets, empty shelves. The counters are empty along the walls there. No foodstuffs or anything. The only thing is... go ahead.
I was just going to ask what time of day it was.
It's like early afternoon, probably a little bit past, let's say, 1 p.m.
I'm sure we would have had rations, and we... what is it? Norquist had some rations as well. Are they spoiled? Like, can we tell from his gear how long perhaps it's been since he
It looks
walked
like
in the snow?
maybe just no more than a few days, probably since he had his belongings, folded there and things. So the
Mm.
rations are still fresh. They'll last about 2 weeks. You have 2 weeks worth of good rations.
Ezekiel mention anybody else coming up the mountain whenever we spoke to him?
No, he had said no one ever tries to get up the mountain. So.
And did
Did the route? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, did the journal indicate like why he chose this mountain, why he chose to climb the mountain?
He's just a very adventurous fellow, and he had always heard rumors that it was an incredibly difficult peak to climb, and no one ever had gone up it. So he said he had to do it.
Okay.
Did the route that his log indicate, did that seem like it would have gone by Ezekiel's, or did he come by a different?
He came by a different route, which would be shorter, and Lael would have the knowledge from reading the journal how to get down this way.
Oh.
Sweet.
At least we can make it back with our riches faster now. Which I'm sure is very appealing to you.
It should be, yes. And I'd be stomping on that trap door, inspecting it and whatnot.
Yep, so the trapdoor, you would hear as you're closer to it, kind of a chilling wind kind of blowing, howling down there. But yeah, you could kick it, and the padlock, of course, moves up and down as you do. Could probably be, messed with.
Do you want to go down there today, or do you want to camp for the night and start first thing in the morning?
Well, here's the thing. If something up here drove our friend Norquest mad, probably happened well at night, considering he was in his nightie when it happened. So, I mean, there's points for being rested before we go, and there's points for going ahead and taking care of it now. But did he write anything in his journal about staying in the cabin? Like, does he mention the cabin? Like, oh, hey, I found a cabin, and hey, there's some funny music.
You would see some stuff about the music, which he says he eventually got used to after a night. So he just kind of let it be, and he would rather not die in the cold outside. The cabin was relatively warm. Yeah, it's about it. Doesn't talk much else about. Not much else about the peak there. Just the last entry reading. The trees on this mountain seem almost agonized.
He didn't go by the graveyard on his way in. He came from another direction.
Right. It came up. Let's see, probably just southeast of the cabin there. So he didn't quite go through the graveyard at all. He would have seen it, and it looks like his dead body was heading out that way, but you have no idea why.
Okay. No, I'll leave that up to you, Gordier.
I say we find the riches tonight or this afternoon, and he'll start inspecting this lock. Do you want me to roll a open door or a tinker to try and break this thing open?
Roll an open door.
I will be successful.
Very nice. Yeah, and this rusted but large padlock just cracks, and you can easily remove it.
I use like my axe handle to pry it open until there's a chink in a break of metal, and I'll open it up.
Very nice. And yeah, you'll be looking down a very deep, dark shaft. You see some handholds. Aside from that, yeah, wind blowing. Just a kind of eerie or unworldly sound, humming very, very softly, probably coming from quite deeply down. But it's very dark.
I would light one of my lanterns and with a flask of oil, tie it onto the rope and lower it down before climbing down myself.
Very nice. And yeah.
Unless Lael has any idea or any input.
No, that's a SMRT.
And yeah, so yeah, the 50-foot rope would be just enough before the lantern actually touches the bottom. So you'd gather it's about 45, 50 feet deep. And yeah, you could head down, and you would have to be very careful just because it's handholds only. There's no ladder or anything. And yep, so you would make it down to the bottom, no problem, Gordier. Lael, you're following, I assume.
No, I'll let him go by himself. Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and so yeah, within minutes, y'all are both at the bottom. And as you hit the bottom of this the shaft, you do not hear the harpsichord music from above. You can not really see anything. It's not really lit up there. And below you, at the bottom, you hear this otherworldly sound. It's a bit louder. It's just a very hard to pin sound. It doesn't sound like anything really you've heard before. However, let's see the bottom of this shaft. Yeah, so you're looking, you would be facing north, and about 80 feet down, there is a door, and that's about all you can see. It's very dark.
After we make it down, I'd
Is there anything written on this door? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. That was rude.
No problem.
Yeah, so I guess you guys would traverse towards the door. So whoever's holding the light, I guess it'd be Gordier, yeah.
Yeah, with a shield down.
Very cool. So the walls on the sides of you, they're carved with very small, twisted faces. They all have very tormented expressions, and there's a very thin coat of the same kind of icy glass substance that you found in the cabin. And as the light, moves over the faces there, they look like they begin to writhe and move in the light. Yeah, so that's what you would see on your sides as you make your way towards the door. And as you get to the door, it is incredibly grotesque. It's shaped like a gargoyle's face, and the lock is inside its open mouth. Yeah, so that's what you would see, just holding up this light. And you would see that there is, in fact, in the lock, in the mouth of this grotesque gargoyle, you would see a bronze key. And if you would push on the door, it is locked.
So I'd probably squint at all these nasty looking. You said there was like horrible faces.
Yeah.
Probably squint and get like nose to nose and inspect them, and I'd probably want to do some sort of architecture roll to see if I'm familiar with anything like this.
You would yeah, you can roll that, but also
I've never seen this type of architecture before.
very nice. Yeah, it looks very very uncommon, very strange. However, as you get nose to nose, the face in front of you begins to scream in this very, very old, forgotten language. So if you could both roll a language check to see if you recognize what it's saying. And as this one starts screaming, all the faces on the wall start to scream.
Oh, hey, that's a 1.
Oh, very nice. So you would...
I did not recognize it.
Okay, so Lael, you would recognize that all these faces are screaming, "You are a gift to the nothing," and they're just repeating the nothing, and talking about how you are a gift to it.
But I do imagine that as soon as this thing starts screaming at me, with the back side of my axe, I immediately try and smash the wall. Not that I'm expecting much to happen, but if the wall animates starts screaming at me, that's probably my natural response.
Okay, so let's see. Roll an attack.
You're gonna kill the wall now?
Apparently, it's screaming at me. I will hit at a 16.
Okay, 16. Yeah, so we'll say that you do, in fact, smash one of the faces, but as you do so, some of the icy kind of misty stuff, breaks out. And let's see. Um, Roll a save versus magic.
Oh, great. Here we go. That's a 9 of 12, so I'm below. I fail.
Okay, so as you do so, as this icy substance hits you, we'll say some gets in your mouth, and you feel one of your toes on your left foot, perhaps your big toe, is just gone. And Lael would notice that your hair is just a very, very frosty white all of a sudden.
Oh my god. Or gosh. Goodness. Maker. Creators. Whatever the elves yell about.
And these faces are still screaming?
Yes. But not the one that you smashed, of course.
Yeah. I would be jumping back and forth, like kind of doing the dwarf hop in all directions, looking at these faces, not knowing exactly what to do. And feeling that my toe's gone, I'd want to check that, but not while a bunch of wall faces are screaming at me.
Do the faces look elven?
No, they just kind of look grotesque and oddly carved. Human, probably.
Mm.
And when she's sputtering about the elven creators or whatnot, I would ask her, What is it, lassie? I can't barely hear you over these screams."
Your hair is white.
And I would immediately look down at my beard. Is my beard white?
It is white as the snow outside.
What happened? And I'd try and wipe it off, see if it can just get clean, or if I'm now a white beard.
It is permanently white, you would gather.
Does he look older in his face, or is it just kind of?
No, it's just the hair and the beard.
Evil-dead.
Yeah. He still looks like whatever age of a dwarf he is.
You're giving me the Moses treatment?
You're becoming a prophet. But no, so yeah, that's you don't feel any older. The only noticeable difference you feel is you're missing a big toe in your left foot. So
Well, it's very distinguished, I guess. It's just startling.
Yeah, I'd be just sputtering in shock. And then I'd say, we've got to get out of here. These things are starting to drive me mad. And knowing this is probably a very, very bad idea, I will reach my hands. I will rehang my axe up on my belt so I have a free hand and reach into that gargoyle mouth with the key, fully expecting to lose my arm.
Is there like a check or anything that we could do to the door to see if it's trapped before he goes and sticks his hand in a mouth?
You could roll a search check.
Oh, good. I'm an elf, so it's a 2 out of 6, and that fell onto my notebook, so I'm not counting that. Well, okay, there's the same number. It's another 1.
Very nice. So, you would assume that it is not trapped. You would get that. Yeah, you would know it's not trapped.
Okay, should be all right. You go ahead.
So yeah, I'll kind of grit my teeth as I slowly, hesitantly stick my hand inside the maw and turn the key.
Yeah, and
as he starts to turn it, I'm gonna go booga 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 and grab his shoulder.
I'd jump probably about 3 feet. Like you didn't know a dwarf could have this type of hops and turn around and with a scowl on my face before I just break out into laughter, going, "Oh, I needed that." And there'd just be like a belly laugh.
Oh yeah, and you're probably scared even more shitless than you were before. And yeah, you could grab the key again and turn it, and you would hear the door unlock.
I would push the door open and remove the key and put it in a pouch or a pocket of some sort.
Very nice. Yeah, so you see yourself looking into a dark, of course, but let's say 20 feet deep and 30 feet wide chamber. Um, Along the north and the west walls of the room, you see 10 small tables, kind of like nightstands. Each one has a skeletal left hand resting on it. There's a pair of double bronze doors on the east wall with a large sigil. And yeah, so what would you like to do?
I'd like to shut the door behind me to try and drown out the screams.
Definitely, and it would do so.
How many names were on the front door of the cabin when we came in?
Let me see. Quite a few. It was.
You were going so fast, I gave up on writing them all down.
Yeah, sorry. It was like a huge chunk. I didn't want to read too slow. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.
Okay.
Ah.
I guess kind of walk into the room and do a little perimeter search, a little perimeter check.
Cool. Easily done. And yeah, you would again just along the west and the north wall. It's just these nightstands with skeletal left hands on top. You would find Duvanku runes on each of the hands, and if you would read it, it would say transcribe and replace. That's all you would see on these skeletal hands.
On each one, it says that?
Yeah.
Transcribe and replace.
While she's checking out the hands and reading the runes, I'd be popping my boot off and checking my toe.
Oh yeah, and it looks like you were born without one. It's just
me toe. What happened to me toe?
I don't know. When was the last time you washed your feet?
You know, it's only healthy to take a bath once per season. That's what me dwarven mommy always said.
So that's what that smell is. I thought it was the mountain. Apparently, it's your beard.
Don't disparage my beard, and he'd be stroking one of the plates of his beard, or plaits, whatever word works there.
Very nice, and perhaps a bit of food falls from the beard there.
Damn it!
His second breakfast. So is the transcribe and replace, are the runes on the night stands?
No, they're carved on the hands themselves.
Oh, carved on the hands themselves. Is there anything else besides the nightstands and the hands?
No, just the large sigil on the double bronze door on the eastern side, on the right side.
I'm gonna go take that a quick little scooch over there and take a quick little look.
Very nice. And as you look at it, you feel very uneasy and a little nauseous. Not terribly, but just a little. And it is... shoot, I wish my video was working. I could show the dead sign. It's called the dead sign is what you would recognize it. Let me see. And yeah, so you would just see this large sigil, essentially, on the door, as you feel uneasy and a little nauseous.
Any more of the Duvanku runes on the sigil or anything like that?
No.
Is there anything... Are all of the nightstands identical, or do some of them look different?
They're all identical.
Do they all look old? The hands?
They do. They're all skeletal and probably pretty old.
They call the anthropology question, but bleached the same age look. Kind of whatever's.
Aside from that is all. I guess on the door, of course, there'd be a handle on each one.
Does the door appear to be locked?
If you pushed on it, it would not be locked. And I guess as you open it, assuming you do, there'd be like a Well, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm not certain that I'm ready to open it yet. I would.
You would get the impression it's not locked, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to look at in this room, lass?
Are the hands like connected, like secure tightly to the nightstands?
They are not. They're resting on top.
Just transcribe and replace, but replace them where? Doesn't seem to be anything around the room that they could be moved to.
Nope. Just the nightstands and the door. I can't really think of anything. I mean, because the only other thing that I could really think of is taking these all back to the graveyard and putting them back where they came from, but I don't know how we would figure out where they would belong.
Well, I'm not replacing me hand just to go through a door. I've already lost a toe to the room before. They'll have to settle with that.
Okay, well, if he's ready to move on, then Leia would follow.
I'll grab a hand and use that hand to open the door rather than touch it myself.
Oh.
Very smart. But I mean, yeah, it works like a charm. And yeah, the door opens right up. And as it does so, you're both hit with a very, very, very cold blast of air as the door opens. And this otherworldly sound you've been hearing in this chamber is just a little bit louder as this door opens.
And with a disgusted snort, I'll just toss the hand off to the side rather than replace it and step into this cold hallway.
Is there anything underneath the nightstands, just like peeking under?
No, maybe some dust.
Gum stuck underneath the wood?
Sadly, no gum.
Okay. All right, there's my brilliant idea. So keep walking.
Very nice. So yeah, so you as you guys pass through this door, these doors, you are now in what appears to be a very large chapel. Very, very big. It's filled with seats, pews, what have you, on each side. As you walk in, there's an altar at the far ends. There are two basins against the far right wall. On the far left, there's what is it? There's a large organ. Above you, there is a circle of icy skulls hanging in midair. To your left as well, down a passageway, you see a door. And to the right of the altar, in front of you at the far end, to the right of it, there is another door. It's quite a full room.
And that's, I'm like, I imagine I got a hook on my shield that my lantern's hanging on. I'd be directing it towards it. As I look at those skulls on the roof, are they like dragon skulls, elf skulls, human skulls? What kind of skulls
as you hold the lantern light up, you'd see that they are in fact not just hanging magically or something. They're actually hanging by chains, and they're all dripping water from them, very slowly, of course, almost like they're icy or something. Yeah, and there's 12 of them, and they're all jawless, toothless, otherwise human.
They kind of seem like the same swirly ice as everything else has been.
Yes, you would assume so. They're a little high up, but yeah, you would get that impression.
Soul juice ice.
Yeah, indeed.
I go to where it's
Certainly has some
underneath
motif
one
going.
that's yeah,
Where did you want to go? Sorry.
underneath one, not so that it drips directly on me, but I reach down and touch the soul juice that's dripping, and kind of rub it between my fingers, give it a sniff. Does it smell like anything?
It smells like nothing, but as long as it's wet in between your fingers before it dries, it's just like your hand's super numb with cold.
It's cold stuff. And I
Hmm.
wipe it off on my pants or something of that nature. The dwarven napkin.
Very nice.
Is there anything in the basins or on the altar that looks interesting?
Yeah, the basins, I guess would be, so you're heading east. They're on like the southeastern wall there.
Mm-hmm.
There's some murals above them, or to the right of them, perhaps. The basins themselves, as you make your way through the room, let me see. Let's see, where was I? Sorry, I got lost there. Okay, so um, it's just south of the altar there, across from a doorway. Yeah, two basins. They're built into the walls. Both of them, as you would get closer, you would see are filled with black water. And if you get closer with the light, you would see that there are teeth in each of them. There's filled the bottom of each basin, and like kind of like maybe half a foot down, just filled with teeth.
Ugh.
And the basins are marked with a Duvanku rune that stands for gift. And let's see, you would also notice inside the left basin, there's a gold chain with a small walnut-sized hinged box on it. Um, and let's see. That is it.
So there are murals. Are the murals interesting?
The murals are interesting. So let's see. There's a wall mural depicting a man in a crown and a cape from behind, with many demons bowing before him. You would, of course, recognize the demons as the bloated goats, the empress of all widows, the primordial demogorgon, the ring wolf, and just a bunch more. Another mural next to it depicts unimaginable violations. One shows hundreds of women hanging from a single spreading tree, an oak tree. Another shows hundreds of men impaled on leaning pikes. That one has an inscription in the Duvanku that says, "Name them, yet build to them no monuments." Then there's another mural that says that depicts a man stabbed with 9 swords being dropped into an hourglass. The face is clearly that of the ivory portrait that you would see kind of next to one of the basins. Um, and then there's an inscription that reads, he is made holy, an eater of souls." There we go. Yep, and that's everything.
I'll kind of relay all this to Gordier, I guess, like reading out loud.
Definitely.
That's, charming, I guess.
Yes, these humans and their funny superstitions.
Does the tree look familiar? Does it look like the one that was outside the cabin?
It does. Perhaps in another age, it was a bit livelier, not so dead looking.
Is there anything else familiar about the landscapes and the murals?
Not particularly. It does look like a mountaintop, but in a different, not during the winter. So it's not so icy. But yeah, you would probably assume that it's the same mountaintop.
So it says these teeth are a gift to us.
I don't think it's to us. The faces called us a gift to the nothing. Wonder if this these are more gifts for it. Name them, but build to them no monuments. But wouldn't this be a monument?
And everything that we've read so far has been lists of names. So they definitely named them.
Yeah, they said.
Yes, I'd agree. This looks like some sort of monument to these dark affairs.
How many men are on the pikes?
Oops, you did it again. Yeah, it was pikes, hundreds of men.
Hundreds. Okay.
And I'd pull a dagger out and kind of flip through the teeth, and then pull out that chain with the. You said it was a gold chain?
Yes, it was a gold chain with a walnut-sized hinged box on it.
And I'd pull that out of the pile of teeth in blackened water.
Very
Or
nice.
blackened whatever it is. I'm not assuming that's water.
Very cool. And yeah, if you would open up the little box on it on this chain, very nice gold chain, you would recognize one of the women from the murals, one of the hanged women, and there would be a name under her portrait that says Marybelle Walker, which you would of course recognize the name that Ezekiel Duncaster told you both to keep in mind.
Why did he tell us to keep her in mind?
He didn't go on about it. He just said, make sure to remember the name Marybelle Walker.
And she's one of the women hanging from the tree, it looks like.
She is, and you would also remember there's a plaque with her name on it at Ezekiel's hut.
So she's been named, and someone has built her a monument. That could be. Does anything happen if we say Marybelle Walker and touch the woman on the mural?
No, you could try. Nothing would happen.
Okay.
Looks like Ezekiel wasn't following instructions.
And as you guys are standing there, we'll say about 10 minutes have passed or so, more or less, and you would hear from the center of the room, kind of behind you, you would hear something like shattering on the ground, kind of heavy.
Turn around to face the noise.
Oh yeah, and as you do,
Weapons at ready.
Yeah.
One of the skulls has fallen from one of the chains above and shattered on the ground. Just the icy mist evaporating into the air. So there are 11 still hanging.
That scared the bejesus out of me, and I'd probably did another one of those dwarf hops to 180 around to look at it.
What happened if picked up the pieces of the skull and put it in one of the basins? Not what would happen. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get pieces of the skulls and put it in the basin.
Yeah, you can definitely try that. The skull is, of course, incredibly cold, or what's left of it. Yeah, you can put it into the basin, and within a few moments, it would just have melted into the black water.
Okay.
Does it dilute the water or change the color in any fashion?
Not at all.
You said the skull pieces melted?
Yeah.
So, do we get the impression that the skulls are not actually made of bone?
Correct. It's almost probably made of that same misty ice that you keep seeing.
Take one of my torches and hold it up under one of the skulls and melt it from where it's hanging. Anything happens interesting?
Sorry, repeat that. I was.
I'm gonna melt one of the skulls with a torch
Ooh, that's an interesting one. Let's see what would happen. Yep. So, of course, yeah, the skull would just melt, and as it does so, again, some icy mist kind of evaporates into the air. Um, aside from
But
that, you don't know. I mean, there's only 10 left now.
no weird
Does-
screaming.
No weird screaming.
No nefarious shapes in the mist that are like wraith-like or scary looking.
Nope.
And they're hanging from chains. Are they hanging in any sort of particular pattern that we can
Just
tell?
a circle.
Hmm.
That is, of course, now broken, as 2 have been, dropped or melted.
What if take one of the teeth and try to put it in one of the skulls?
Yeah, you could try that. It would do nothing.
Okay.
The bottom jaw of the skull is missing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They're all
Top-
bottom teeth.
Yeah.
Okay.
And none of the skulls have teeth. You said they were all toothless.
Yeah, their bottom jaw is missing, and the upper jaw will stay toothless. And they are, of course, made of ice, and the teeth are real teeth.
Is there anything on the altar?
Yes, the altar. So, let's see. It's just a very large altar shaped like a fanged skull. There's a bowl sitting on the altar. Let's see. Yeah, so to get to that, to go check it out, to look at the bowl or what have you, you would have to go into the skull's mouth.
I'll do it.
Very cool. And you could do so, and as you do so, you'll see a jewel-encrusted dagger. Looks like it's worth quite a bit. You also see a ruby necklace. They're both sitting on top of the altar there. Oh, they're in the bowl. Sorry, rather they're in the bowl on top of the altar.
They're in the bowl?
Yeah.
I'll pick them up and take a closer look at them.
Is there any liquid in the bowl, or are they just
No,
in a
just
bowl?
the dagger and the ruby necklace. So, yeah, you look at them. You would assume the jewel encrusted dagger is usable. It's incredibly nice. The ruby necklace as well is just a very, very fine piece of jewelry, probably worth a good bit of money. Yes, that is all.
Do we want to take them?
Looks like a dagger befitting an elvish, waifish maiden.
You would like the ruby necklace then, and I'll hold it out for him.
Sure, and I'll dip my head and allow you to put it on me.
I know how you like your shinies.
Very nice.
After taking the dagger, if nothing immediately happens to both of us, I would like to take one of the skulls and put it in the bowl and let it melt. Just to see if something happens. Science!
Of course. Yeah, so you could, let's see. You would have to be able to grab one of the skulls, you would, of course, have to be lifted up somehow, because it's probably about 15 feet up. But,
drag a pew underneath one and
yeah, you could do something like that. Maybe stack. Yeah, do something. Yeah, you can easily
Alpha
get up
top
there.
of the door.
Oh yeah.
I'd tell you, drag a pew under there. I'd stand on the pew and tell you to stand on my shield, and then try and lift you over my head.
Yeah.
Might give you a couple feet.
Very cool. Yeah, so you can definitely yank the skull down if you wish. And you wanted to put it into the altar?
Put it in the bowl on the altar.
Into the bowl. Yeah, so you would do so, and yeah, nothing happens. Just kind of sits there and continues melting away. Then a few moments, it's probably melted.
Nothing happened for my science?
No, sadly not. If anything, the bowl is now full of a little bit of icy liquid.
You want to drink it?
No. I don't think it would be a good idea to drink soul ice water. Thanks.
I don't want to drink it either. It's probably non-alcoholic.
I wonder what would happen if we put some of that powder in it, though.
I'll put a dose of the powder in it to find out. Science.
For science. For writing it down, it makes it science, not just fucking around.
Yes. And as you put the purple powder into the icy liquid there, it would just make this kind of milky substance. Nothing immediate happens, at least. If anything, you would assume that the powder, which is usually more than likely taken through the nose, could be consumed through the mouth.
Now we've got God soul juice.
Yeah, and just because I was, in that painting, drinking something, I will take the liquid that we just made and put it in a wine skin or flask or something for science for later. But not going to drink it just yet.
Not for now. Okay.
Not for
Cool.
now.
Yeah, you could definitely fill up maybe an empty flask. You'd have a single dose of this weird substance created for science.
That would be the science of oh shit, what do we do now? Oh shit, science.
Oh, yeah. The best science. So yeah, you definitely have that now. But nothing
I'll
else.
approach
liquid.
I'll approach the organ and whatnot. Is there any anything cool about it?
Oh, it's incredibly cool. It's very, very large. The keys are all made from finger bones. The pipes look like thigh bones of some enormous animal, exotic animal. You've probably never laid eyes on. The end of the pipes are stained like a dying animal's teeth, whatever that means. Yeah, just a really cool, dark-looking organ made out of bones and things.
I'll probably regret this, but I will push a key, a finger bone.
For science.
See what kind of noise comes out of the organ.
Yeah, so let's see. As you push down on one of these keys, you notice something making it difficult to play. But there is a panel you could pull up, of course, to check if you really want to play it.
Sure, I'll look in the panel.
Very nice. Yeah, and there's a minor tremor kind of from the mountain beneath you. Nothing else besides that, but you do see an onyx bowl lodged in there with a sapphire dead sign locket inside of it. And it's just kind of, you can dislodge it from the inner workings there, and you would have these items, of course. And
said it was an onyx bowl and what?
A sapphire dead sign locket. So the dead sign is this thing I linked in the chat there. It's this sigil. It's like a circle with three lines underneath it, essentially. Varying lengths.
If Gordir shows it, like, what's in the locket? Does it open?
I
guess the locket would have the dead sign inside. I guess it should. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's a sapphire locket. Yeah.
Looks like the same sign that was on that door earlier.
Don't suppose Mary Elizabeth Walker was wearing a similar locket in her locket?
She was not.
Okay.
But yeah, she was not. So let's see. Gordir, you still want to play the organ?
Oh, well, now that it appears to be playable, yeah, I'll push a key down.
Very nice.
I mean, I don't have any musical inclination, but
yeah. And as you let's see, play something random. Okay, yeah. So the first thing that happens as you, I guess, play some random keys there, chords or whatever you wish. There's another minor tremor coming from the earth beneath you, coming from the mountain, and also. Let's see, make a save versus poison as you release deadly spores coming from the pipes over the musician, being you. So save versus poison.
I am successful.
Very nice. And we'll say the poison cloud, the spores there kind of mist away very quickly, seemingly not liking the randomization of the notes being pressed.
Oh, what happens if you play what the harpsichord was playing? Can you do that, Gordier? You're very, very talented.
I could try.
Yeah,
And
you can
I'll
definitely
attempt.
try that.
I'll attempt to play the harpsichord music on this bone organ.
Okay, so do a wisdom check.
Oh, this will be hard. Yeah, that's a failure.
Okay, so you were not
Probably.
able to match it, but if you spend a few moments, you could probably figure it out. And
Could I help him? From
Yeah,
like
being-
humming it or whatever? Blah,
actually,
blah,
yeah,
blah.
being that you're an elf, you would be able to help him. So we'll say after, let's see, after one round, so not long at all, you're able to figure it out, and the sound starts to match it's a similar music coming from like this that you've been hearing in this area, like this otherworldly music. The harpsichord was kind of matching that, so you're matching both of those things at this point. Yeah. So
Sure.
the noise ceases, at least for the time being. You stop hearing this otherworldly music, basically.
Hmm.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Did it really stop, or are we just not hearing it anymore? She makes finger quotes.
Well, I don't hear it, so I'm going to assume it stopped.
Very nice.
I don't know what that means.
I suppose we'll find out. Is there anything else we want to do in here for science, or shall we continue on?
We've interacted with pretty much everything in this room, right?
Yeah, there were some doors next to the basin with the teeth, and then there were some doors on the opposite side heading northward. So you have doors heading east next to the basin, and then doors the north end. But
You want to go?
as you
Oh, go ahead.
after
There's a butt. Uh-oh.
after a couple moments, let's see, make a save versus magic, both of you,
Save versus.
as the music starts to slowly creep back.
Oh, fail. 14 over 15.
I got an 18 over 12, so I am successful.
Okay, so the fail basically have a -1 to everything from here on out. So your character would just feel a little less, able. And Cordier succeeding, you all of a sudden, as this music starts to creep up again, you have this immediate vision of an architect wearing all red. Looks like he's from eons ago. And it looks like he's drawing out the plans of the shrine that you're in right now. And it's very obscure details, but you can be fairly certain that there's 30 rooms in this area that you're in. And then within a moment, you'd be back to reality with no
Did you see-
negatives.
Did you see that, Lassie?
Oh,
You
no.
know, like-
I'm feeling kind of dizzy.
I saw an architect wearing red drawing out the layout of this place. There's 30 some odd rooms in here. This place seems to be much bigger than we anticipated. Perhaps that means there's vastly more treasure.
Well, we have already found 2 shiny necklaces and a dagger.
And this onyx bowl.
Yeah, it's a good start.
Do you want to go through the teeth door or through the door farther away from the teeth?
The one closer to the teeth. It's probably another offshoot of the chapel, possibly.
I will stomp my way over to that door and attempt to open it.
You said the one next to the teeth, yeah?
Yeah, next
Yep.
to the basins.
Okay, and these eastern doors will not budge.
Are you gonna kill these doors too?
I'll attempt to kill the doors. I'll rattle them and then rear back and do a dwarven charging kick on it.
You could, but again, it would just not even budge. Success or fail on any rolls. They
Is there
seem sealed. Not they seem sealed, definitely.
there's is there anything on the door like there was on the other ones?
Yes, in fact, there is. You would see the Duvan Ku rune for teeth.
Oh, can I pick up a tooth and then touch the door with the hand holding teeth?
You could, but if anything, your elvish fingers would just feel a little gross with the rotten tooth in between the fingers. But no effect from the door. Or on the door.
Is it a magic door, lassie? Can you magic it open?
I unfortunately no. Can't really do much with any of the doors except mend the ones that you kill.
I see. Perhaps.
But this one says teeth.
And the other rune said gift, correct?
The ones next to the basin said gift, right?
Yes.
Perhaps we have to give a tooth to get through the door.
Ugh. But I like my teeth.
Stand still, and I'll be raising a fist like I'm about to punch her in the mouth.
She kind of hold her hands up and be like, "Nah, duh, duh, duh."
Well, you want to go through the door or no?
What happens if we knock on it?
Silence, perhaps. A nice thud. It seems like a pretty thick door.
Hmm.
Fine, I'll do it myself, and I'll break out one of those climbing spikes that the
Oh,
guy
no.
had. And you said they were all bottom teeth, right? So I guess I will knock out one of my bottom teeth and spitting a bunch of blood out, and then throw my tooth in the basin.
Very nice. And as you do so, the bronze doors right next to you do open.
Oh my gosh. Or makers, creator, whatever. Elvish proclamation of wonder and amazement.
Yeah. And,
This place is taking a toll. I'm losing body parts. I got a white beard, no left toe, now a tooth. There better be enough gold in here for me to replace it with a golden tooth.
Maybe one of the lockets will fit. We can melt it down. Well, not the sapphire one.
And we will go through that door.
Very nice. And do you mind if we take like a 5-minute water break? I need to go grab some water.
That's cool with me.
Sure.
All right. BRB 5 minutes.
Such a creepy place.
Okay, gang, I am back, but no rush whatsoever.
I'm here.
Are you guys back?
Yes, I am. Just waiting on Corinne. Or Corinne, not sure if I'm saying it correctly.
Wait a second. Say something?
Hello.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I had accidentally turned off my audio somehow. Wow. Nice. Are you both back, or is it just you?
I think it's just me at the moment.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, got some water, nice and recharged. Yeah, I guess depending on how the next like 30, 45 go, maybe do a second session, but we'll see. Of course, if you guys are up for that. We'll see.
How many skulls have we melted or dropped?
Just 3 out of the 12 so far.
Say what?
He's asking how many skulls had dropped. Just 3 so far.
Okay. I'm ready. Back and ready if you guys are.
Yep.
Definitely. So y'all had opened that door. Okay, so yeah, so you open that east door with the tooth offering, and you're looking at facing east. You're looking at 20 feet in front of you. There's a door. 10 feet on the left side. There's a door, and then 10 feet ahead and to the right, there's an opening. How would you like to proceed?
Weapons out.
Yep.
And same as we did before, clear each door.
Okay.
Are the doors open or closed?
The one on the left is closed. The one ahead of you is closed, but the one on the right is just an open passageway there. And I guess as you get to the center there, you'd be able to see in there, and it looks almost like an embalming preparation room. There's 4 stone slabs stained with very, very old dry blood. bandages, surgical tools, pieces of shaped iron, as well as a podium with a book on it. There are also 4 spherical alchemical flasks, each filled with a clear, misty liquid, and they're all labeled as well in the Duvanku language. Aside from that, I think that's all you would see.
Go inspect the flasks in the books.
Very cool. So the flasks, the Duvanku language would translate to liquid time. And it, of course, is a very similar liquid as to some things you've seen already.
They're all labeled the same?
Yes. So there's 4 of them. They're all labeled liquid time. And there's a grimoire, would be what the book is, and kind of gives you like a procedure on how to create an unthing, like UN thing. It would take, if you would flip through, it would take about 50 silver pieces of materials, 10 D4 fresh humanoid or large animal corpses, and 2 weeks of work. And it would create basically like a golem kind of creature for you.
Does it have any instructions on how to unmake an unthing after it's been unthinged?
It does not. But it does give the instruction for it. So.
Do we know what liquid time is? Is that something we're familiar with, or?
We're not familiar with it. It's kind of a strange looking liquid.
But does it look like the liquid that like the skulls were whenever they melted, or like has it same like kind of shimmery, swirly look?
It looks more similar to the, let's see, the liquid that you saw in the stag's eyes, as well as on the clock. It's not completely dissimilar from the skulls, but it's a little bit different. I think you would gather that it's in the same realm of liquids. Otherworldly liquids, perhaps.
I will unstopper one of the flasks and give it a sniff. I'm not going to drink it, but try and see if it smells like anything. Or...
It is no smell.
How many flasks are there?
4.
I'm gonna take them both, 2 each.
Sure.
Easily done. So you both now have each 2 flasks of liquid time.
Is there anything else in the grimoire other than like the instructions for the unthing?
No. And I forgot to say the title. It's the Grimoire of New Flesh. But yeah, that's essentially all. You could always grab it and sell it, perhaps. It looks like it's worth a decent penny, if not a pretty one.
Yeah, I think I'd know a magic user or 2 that might be interested in this.
Very nice.
New flesh. Do you think that it could grow me toe back?
I don't think so. Not unless you want a toad the size of 4D or 5D4 living corpses.
Sometimes you have to break a couple legs to make an omelet.
Could always try.
Yes, if these things are called liquid time, maybe they'd give back your. Ooh, I know. Can I like cut off a bit of your beard and dip it in liquid time?
Of course not.
Well,
Cut off my beard. What nonsense is this?
Well, what if it brings the color back?
There is that.
Fine, then I'll cut off some of my own hair and like dip it in one of the flasks.
Very nice. Let's see.
I was gonna say I probably wouldn't cut a piece of my beard off, but I definitely dip my beard into it as well.
Yeah, I think, Lael, if you would dip some of your hair into the liquid time there, it would turn white.
Oh, okay. So the opposite of what I was hoping it would do.
The white matches the white of the dwarf's beard.
Oh, look for twins. It was just the bit that I dipped.
Yes.
Okay.
What happens when I dip a bit of my white beard in it? Does it stay white or get
It stays
whiter?
white.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, actually, the
seems-
part that you dip would appear to be more like frail than the freshly cut parts. Almost as if it's older.
And it looks like this is might be what you got a face full of whenever you decided to kill the wall.
Perhaps liquid time, it probably makes us older. And I'll tuck the flasks away for later.
Yeah,
So you can see
same.
that I have it here.
Anything else on the tables?
No, just like the surgical
slabs.
tools and various embalming tools and jars and things. But nothing else. Go ahead.
I'll take a peek into a couple of the jars. Are there like embalmed organs or anything?
There are, in fact, embalmed organs. Quite a few, actually. Various organs. Really, any organ you need, minus a brain.
Any organ
one
that
with a
we
toe in it?
need.
You never know if you need organs. I mean,
I immediately look for an urn that has a toe in it. I need a toe.
You would not find that. So, sadly, a toe is non-organ. It's not embalmed.
Damn it.
No, we found everything else around here. I'm sure we'll find a toe eventually.
Something's got to be toe. I aim to get it back.
What happens when you get your dwarf by the toe?
You don't holler and you won't let go.
I guess try the next room.
Yeah, so you got the door on the north wall, and you got a door on the eastern wall.
The eastern wall first. For some reason, the closer something is to the graveyard, the more nervous Leal gets.
Okay, so you want to try the door there. It would not be locked, whoever would try it.
I'll open it.
Very nice. And you're looking at basically rows and rows and various rooms you can see of crypts. You just see rows upon rows. There's mummified priests. You see kind of spaced about. You would assume they're priests actually, because they have like robes on that would match. Has like the Duvan Ku, dead sign and things on it. The crypts are, let's see, they're stacked up 30 feet high. They're honeycombs with 5-foot access tunnels and steps mortared into the loose brickwork and smooth plaster mortared with strange ice. Lots of echoes in here, lots of dust. It's probably been, lots of years since someone's opened this crypt.
Does anything move?
Can we see any bodies? Are they like laid out like in Skyrim, or it's just like the bodies like laying in like a little cubby, or?
Yeah, it's kind of like Skyrim. Yeah, like the tombs would be. So like you'll see some that are open with like the mummified priests or bodies. Some are shut, of course.
Are there any missing hands?
There are no missing hands.
Are they clothed or just wrapped in burial shrouds? Does it appear like they have their belongings on them, or?
It varies. Some of them again have like the robes with the dead sign on them. Some of them are wrapped, like classic mummies. Some of them are just skeletal.
I'd check one of the bodies that's robed and
okay.
check him, see if he's got any valuables upon him.
Yeah, and you would find. So you'd find 13 silver pieces, as well as you'd also find as you pull out these 13 silver pieces, you would also find a musical score, just kind of like crumpled and buried with one of the dead bodies. And it's labeled in Duvan Ku, which you could always pass to Leo to read, and it would translate
I'd hand it
to
over to Leo.
translates to the dismissal fugue, Fugue.
Is it humming the music? Is it what the harpsichord and what we played on the organ?
Let's see what the dismissal fugue. It's not the organ, no. It's a different, more sinister sounding piece.
And the dead sign or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any crypts that have anything that match that sigil from the hand room?
No, just some of the priests with the robes that have the sigil on it. But no crypts in particular, like marked in any special way.
And all of the priests. How many priests are there that we can see?
Tons. I mean, there's
Tons.
yeah,
Okay.
just a bunch, rows and rows. Quite a bit.
Well, Leo, do you want to check all the bodies or check the next room? I'm sure we can pull a little bit of coin out of this place, but we can always come back. I don't think the dead are moving anytime soon.
Yeah, I suppose we can come back since I don't see anybody that's missing I don't see any lefties in here, so or righties, I guess you would say.
No.
Okay.
Sadly not.
And I'll pull a piece of chalk out of my pack and like mark the doorway here to remind us to come back and grave rob all these bodies.
Very nice. And that could easily be done, barring any sort of terrible accident that, befalls the party in the future. And let's see. So yeah, I guess as you exit this crypt back into that little passageway, you would hear kind of the echoing crashing of something from the altar room. Very similar to the sound of a skull falling earlier. Aside from that, nothing different except for the door on the north wall, which is to your right as you exit this crypt.
I'd probably walk back towards the room and just to confirm that it's a falling skull and not some kind of creepy monster creeping up behind us.
It is, in fact, a skull. So there are 8 left.
There were 11.
There were 12.
12.
Yeah.
Then head to that next door.
Cool. So this is looks like just a bronze vault door, kind of like a old school like bank vault, kind of spinning wheel to open it. So you could push on it, of course, without spinning it, and it would be locked. Otherwise, just bronze. It's pretty thick.
Does it look like I can open it with by spinning it, or does it look?
Yeah, you can give it a shot, and if you did so, it would, of course, would open right up.
Are there any inscriptions on the vault door?
There are not.
Doesn't say Vault 13 or anything like that on it.
Sadly, no.
Vault Tech.
But actually, ironically, though, Vault 13, this is like number 13 on the map key.
That's awesome.
So, I guess it is Vault 13 in some way.
Sweet.
Give me 1 second. I have to. My nephew just ran over to my house. He comes over after school before his parents.
Oh yeah, no worries, no worries.
His friends needs to use my phone to call somebody.
Not a problem.
I call his mom, so I'll be right back in like 2 minutes at most.
Cool. Vault 13.
It's like, man, I know we gotta do something with the hands, but I'm not smart enough to figure it out.
Yeah, there's a lot of like little weird shit like that in here. Little puzzles, I guess. It'll be interesting seeing how it ends. I was telling Alan earlier, just I guess depending on time, we could always do a second session if y'all would want. If y'all don't complete this one, of course it's up to you guys. If that sounds interesting.
Let's see how it goes. I
Yeah.
have no plans other than this, so
Okay, cool.
it's since we started so early, it's cool if we run later.
Awesome.
I was only concerned about time whenever we were talking about like starting at like what I think it was
Like
6
or
o'clock my
something.
time. Yeah,
6 or
7.
7, yeah.
Just have to be up at the butt crack of butt crack.
Oh damn.
Yeah, like
Damn.
5:30 every day.
Wow. Is that for work, I assume, or
Yeah.
child, or okay, gotcha. Cool. Very nice. Or not nice, actually. I mean, I'm not much of a morning person myself.
Well, it means I was available at 3 o'clock my time to play. So.
That's true. That is true. Pretty neat. I say that I'll take that back. I like mornings, but I don't like super early pre-dawn mornings.
It kind of sucks a little bit going into work dark and then leaving dark. So it's like it's harder at like midwinter whenever the days are all short,
Yeah.
like before daylight savings hits.
All right, sorry about that. I guess the kid's mom hadn't picked him up from school and he wanted to call to see where she was at.
No worries. Nice.
And
The whole temple like caught on fire, and I ran like Indiana Jones from like a big boulder.
Which you were crushed by, Alan. You were crushed
Yeah.
by the
Sorry,
course, I
you
was-
failed
I
your
was
save.
pretty
So
I was
come
playing
over.
AFK in the corner.
Great job.
It's happened to me on WoW enough times. I know how it goes.
No, but you guys were opening the Vault
Vault
13.
13.
Vault 13. Opening it up. Yeah, so nothing destructive happens, although you do hear the otherworldly noise that you've been hearing about this place. It is a little bit louder, almost like the same volume as a violinist playing in the same room. So it's a little bit louder.
Oh,
Definitely. And you're facing probably like a 250-foot long hallway with a door on the right side about midway through and a door on the left side about midway through. And at the far end, you can see another door, another vault door. And it is dimly lit. There are torch sconces with an odd kind of bluish flame scattered about on each wall.
is there anything else? So it's just a big long hall and 3 doors.
Yep.
I will
Anything familiar about the light? Does it remind us of the painting?
Not in particular, no. It's kind of blue. So it's a little weird. Unless you've seen blue light before.
Mm-mm.
So it would be very weird.
And this was on the other side of that brass vault door, or no?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Yeah, is this some sort of magical lighting? I haven't seen light like this before.
I don't think I have either. It's like I've heard of fairy fire. This doesn't look like that. That's more sparkly.
I don't know. And I'd walk up towards that first door. Are these doors open or closed along this hallway?
They are closed. The one on the right side was a similar style to the one for the crypts you just came from. The one on the left side is a more, it's just a wooden door, not remarkable.
I will head towards it and take a look inside there once it's open.
Which one? The one on the right or the left?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, since all the left hands were cut off, we'll go with the right side.
Very nice. I like your logic. So this one, it's very similar to the crypt area that you saw earlier, except if you would kind of look through some of these crypts, you would find more swords and less jewelry, or less, priestly things. So you would assume it's probably like a crypt full of warriors and fighters and things. However, just inside the door, right past the threshold of the door, there's a skeleton of a dwarf. Pretty rotted away. I mean, there's no skin or meat or anything, just the bones. And he is holding an axe in one hand.
Me brethren, and I'll check him out and
Yeah.
kind of kneel reverently.
So being that you're a dwarf, you would notice that his arms and his armor, they're familiar, but they're kind of subtly off, almost as if he hailed from another world, where dwarfs and their nations were forged by cousins of the gods that you know. So they're similar, but again, not quite the same. In his pockets, you'd see a contract of service. His name was Garon. He's from the north, and he was employed by a man named Tyzon Ildico. He was a sorcerer of the city of Vornheim, which you would of course recognize. And he was willing to pay 500 silver pieces for some particular remains he was looking for.
Does it state what remains, or
It does not. That part is cut off, probably rotted away.
does his axe look better than my axe?
It does not. It is all just kind of it is not aged very well. So perhaps the craftsmanship of these dwarves was not as good as yours.
Barry Allen's fucked with the timeline again.
I'll relay all that to Leo, as I don't have any alcohol on me to pour out or drink to him, so I'll just pour a little slosh of the liquid time on his body and say, "Drink well in the afterlife, me kinfolk."
Very nice. And you don't want to take a sip, I assume, of the.
I don't think we've hit the oh shit factor enough yet. To drink it.
Nice, yeah. So it would just kind of fizzle away on his skeletal remains.
What happens for science?
And aside from that, if you both would like to roll 2d6 and tell me what each separate result is.
I've got a 3 and a 5.
I got a 1 and a 2.
Okay, so only one. We'll say you find.
If this is for search, as an elf, I have 2 out of 6 for search.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So you find 110 silver pieces, kind of in some of the crypts, kind of close to his body. And let's see. Yeah, that's all you find right now. But again, these crypts are very similar to the other one, just, massive stacked honeycombed sarcophagi and things.
Are there any priests in this one?
No, this one appears to be more warrior types. And you would even find maybe perhaps a few pieces of like ceremonial weaponry worth a insubstantial amount in their state.
Anybody missing hands?
No hands are missing, sadly.
How about their teeth? Do they all have their teeth, or are they all missing at least one tooth?
It's hard to tell just in the state of these skeletal remains. Some of them, of course, have no teeth. Some have some teeth. Some have all their teeth. Some of the teeth are rotted away. I mean, it's just kind of... there's no really rhyme or reason, so it would be hard to say.
All right, so they're not all obviously missing a tooth from the tooth gate. That's all I was looking at.
Correct.
I would not be able to tell.
Nah.
This is small stuff compared to what I thought we'd be finding down here.
Mm-hmm.
There should be a treasure room somewhere. And move on to the next door.
The mundane door?
Ah, yes.
Mundane door.
So this one, you want to check it or anything, or just kind of open it?
I'm not very, very perceptive. If Leo would like to give it a once-over. Otherwise, I'll just use my dwarven key to try and unlock it.
Your dwarven key is going to have to do. I rolled a 6 on my search.
Very nice. And so I guess if Gordier wants to force the door open, as he does, it would reveal, let's see, how big is this room? So probably like a 20 by 30 room, rectangle. It has 18 marble pedestals, and there's looks like some pretty heavy books on each one. Aside from that, there's a small eyepiece next to each of the books. But that's all you would see, I guess, from the distance.
Go up and inspect one of the closest ones.
Cool. And it would garner maybe 20 or so pound book. It's bound in human skin this time. The titles are in the language of Duvanku. That's a Chronicle of the Most Consummate Church of Duvanku, volumes 1 through 18. And then, of course, there's a small eyepiece next to it.
If I pick up the eyepiece and look through it, do I notice anything different about the book?
You do. You can read the book in the common tongue.
Interesting. And um, kind of glancing through it, is there anything about 10 hands anywhere?
No, they're just really dense, like allegorical books of legends. Pretty useful, useless rather. Unless you pretty useless unless you had perhaps like a professional scholar to give you some context. But essentially, let's see. Roll both of you roll a d20 and tell me what you get.
I rolled a 5.
I rolled a natural 20.
Okay, so we'll say on the 20, you notice on one of the pedestals, one of the books has a note or a piece of paper or something sticking out of one of the books.
Go over and check it.
And this one, let's see, it says, it's a note on a piece of vellum by a Duvanku historian, and it concerns the necessity of investigating the possible betrayal of Praetor Pontifex Cyrus Carthenrax Maximus by the Red Architect. So essentially, this guy was betrayed by the Red Architect, whose name is Nazir Anzat. Both of whom are said to now be entombed here in the tombs of the greater repugnances, which the note talks about a bit. They're isolated individual crypts dedicated to powerful members of the church. So that's what the tombs of the greater repugnances are.
Didn't you mention something about a red architect earlier, Gordier?
The dwarf did see a vision of a
I
red
saw a
architect.
vision of him when he was pinning this place, designing it. Would I know from that vision where the Tomb of Greater Repugnance is?
You would roughly know that right now you are on the, let's say, the eastern side of this shrine area, and the tombs you would gather are on the far western, roughly.
Should we head straight there and see? Because if we have any type of great treasure, it'd probably be with the high priest.
I agree with you, Lale. If we needed teeth to get through this door, though, I shudder to think what we'll need to get through the western door.
Only one way to find out, I suppose. And I'll kind of, just because the eyepiece mattered for the books, if I look through the eyepiece of the note, is that anything different that way?
It is translated as well into the common tongue.
Okay. I'm going to keep the eyepiece and give one to Gordier in case he needs to read something. And for some reason, I can't translate it. So it's like these might fetch a goodly price if they work outside of the mountain.
In that case, Gordier will go around and he'll collect all of them into a bag.
Oh, yeah, good idea.
Very nice. Easily done. So you have a total of 18 of these.
So I guess we'll head back to the chapel to the western door.
Very nice. So yeah, you can go back to the chapel. So you want to go back to the altar area with I guess it was the northern door? Or
was that the door that would lead us towards where I believe that the Greater Repugnance is?
You're not entirely sure the details of the shrine, but you just know that you need to get to the west essentially if you want to find all these tombs.
While we're passing through here, can I take out one of the flasks of liquid time and kind of splash it on one of the skulls to see what happens?
One of the hanging ones, I assume?
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely could. Nothing really would happen.
Okay, science satisfied.
Before we left the crypts, I forgot. I would have grabbed a handful of teeth out of a random skull, rather than have to pull my own out. See if that works.
Nice. So you want to drop one of those into the basin just for shits, or
No, just well, is there a
kind of
basin
have them
at,
for later, kind of thing? Or?
yeah. Is there basins full of teeth at the northern door?
No, just the ones on the eastern side. Just the two
Then
there.
yeah, no, I would just grab them for later if there's another place that looks like it needs teeth to go through.
Cool. Very nice. You can do so. So you have some stinky, rotten teeth.
Can we say, or I guess I have a thought. Can I grab the left hand off of a skeleton in one of the crypts and replace it on one of the nightstands in the nightstand room before we head through the other chapel?
You could certainly try that.
I would like to certainly try.
Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so you can do that, and you would garner, because you're an elf and magical in this. As you replace it, the hand that you pick up would act basically as a conduit that could write out. It wants to write something basically, and out of game, out of character. This hand is going to act as a speak with dead spell. But the corpse has to, but it has to like write. This hand has to be able to write. Need something to write on.
Okay. Is the back of the note from the Duvokin priest? I want to say Dovahkiin every single time. Blank.
Yeah.
That it could write. All right. So if I give it a pen and a piece of paper and see what it writes.
Yeah, and it immediately begins scribbling away, and in the Duvan-Ku language, it just keeps repeating gifts to the nothing. And it does not stop.
That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Transcribe and replace. So since it asked to be replaced, I'll put it back. Does it stop?
Oh, it stops, yeah. It's lifeless again.
And I'll take the spare hand and exchange it with another one and see if it does the same. If it does this, another hand does the same thing.
Now this one actually, let's see, it will. The first thing it writes is, "What do you want?" And then it stops.
I want to be towed back.
And it'll just write what toe.
Me left toe. Me left big toe.
It writes again, "It is of none of my concern. Why are you here?"
Who are you?
"I'm dead," it writes. "I was a priest."
And I'll kind of
Not the Red Architect.
And it writes, "He was a traitor. He turned on the Praetor Pontifex."
Is he still a danger?
Not now, not yet.
Not yet. Is there a way to stop him?
No.
No.
Where's the treasure be?
There is no treasure here for you.
And what did you do to me beard?
I did nothing to your beard. And you can see that the writing is starting to slow down a bit.
What happened to Mary Bell Walker?
She was hanged. We had to hang her.
When?
A long time, and then it just stops.
Strange that, because we get the feeling that the mural in the chapel is old, right? Like everything here is super old.
Yeah, it's pretty old, definitely.
So
At minimum, 100 years, just for some of the things. At maximum, probably, a lot more.
I just wonder what Mary Beth Walker was to Ezekiel, that he had like a plaque up for her, and like she's on the mural and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm. Did you want to check the mural again, or?
I'll do the switcheroo with another hand just to see what happens.
Okay, and this one. Yeah, this one again. Just this one's writing nonsense. It's just kind of scribbling away frantically.
I'll kind of make my way around the room with all of the hands, just to see if any of the other ones are talkative.
Okay, and on let's see, 1, 2, 3. So on the fourth one, you have one that seems like it wants to talk again, and this one says, "Why have you woken me up?"
We're looking for answers.
I'll give you 3 questions, and then I want to sleep.
3 questions.
You also notice you're running out of room on the back of this paper.
I have the Mountaineer's Journal. I'm sure he has plenty.
Okay, perfect.
Plenty
Yeah,
of
so you got
blank pages.
Yeah.
Okay. We've asked where the treasure is. We asked, what's liquid time?
Well, that is the compression of time itself into a liquid.
What was the book in the cabin?
It says what book?
That probably counts as one of my questions. That's a period, not a. I was like, well, damn. I'll look at Gordier.
One more question. Make it big.
Gordier is about to blurt out, "Where's me big toe?"
No. Okay.
So you might clap your hand over his mouth and go about asking actually useful questions.
Who are the ones that can't be named?
Those.
Who are the names of that name them, but we can build no monuments to? Who are they?
Oh, those were the replungences, and then the hand just goes lifeless.
Try the next one, lassie.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say there's let's see, how many were there total?
There were 10 total.
10 total. I think you've been through. That was probably you probably have 2 or 3 more. You got 3 more. Yeah.
I'll try them.
Okay, the first one. Let's see. First one does not seem to want to write anything legible. Second one, same thing. Third one. Where did the dice go? God damn, it's behind my computer. Yeah, so all 3 of these do not want to talk. There's various scribbling and Duvanku, and then one of them is just kind of complete garbage.
Okay, I'll put them all back and let them rest.
As you do so, of course, behind you from the shrine area, the chapel area, another skull crashes to the ground, leaving, I think, 7 more.
Really don't like how it feels like it's counting down to something, Gordier.
It does. We best finish up finding where this treasure is before that last skull falls. I don't want to be here to see what happens.
Does the murals do they make any more sense with some of the context we've gotten from the hands?
A little bit. You would gather that all these women were hanged by the priests of Duvanku for what they perceived as sins, and probably wasn't. You would also see, you would not see Mary Bell Walker anymore. She is missing from the painting. You do not know why, but she's gone.
Is there another woman in her place, or is...
There is not.
You see that,
Um,
Gordier? She's gone.
Where'd she go? I thought this thing was old and stonework. Seems so weird.
Can I touch the mural where she was?
You could, and you would probably get a sense of like this weird feeling of relief as you touch it, as if a great weight was lifted.
Perhaps she's gone to a better place than this foul dark hole of death.
It means we've done something to help her, maybe?
You remembered her.
Anything else from the murals?
Negative.
Okay. Well, then let's find the tomb or the crypts for the repugnances.
Heading back
So
to the
To
chapel.
the west. To the west.
Now, how would you like to get there? Would you like to go back through the east door and all the way up north to the end of that hallway, or do you want to try the north door inside the chapel itself?
I think we talked about going through the chapel.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll try that north door.
Okay. And this one is not locked. It is not a very interesting looking door. And you could open it up, and it is about an 80-foot long hallway ahead of you. On the right, on the eastern wall, there are 3 doors spaced apart. On the left, there are 2. And at the very end, there's 1. So 2 on the left, 3 on the right, 1 at the end.
So I guess we're trying to go west, so the door's on the left?
Yep.
Okay. And the first one, let's see, is locked if you would mess with it. So that's the one right there to your left, basically.
I will try my dwarven key.
Let's see. Roll an open door check.
I failed.
And it does not open.
I can't open this one, Leo. My dwarven key's not working. This door is made of sterner stuff.
Since I'm -1 on everything and my open door is a 1, that means I probably wouldn't be able to open it even if I did roll 1, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You just automatically cannot open the door.
I'm so dainty and weak.
We'll have to find another way around.
Can we knock?
You could.
No.
I will knock.
No response.
Okay.
That's you knock like an elfish wayfish maiden, and then I'll do the dwarven police pound. Probably to no avail either, but
Yep, nothing.
Anything written on this door?
Nothing written.
Okay, try the next door.
Okay. And this one is not locked.
Yeah, open the door.
Cool. And you are looking at a, what you assume is like a kitchen as well as a common room kind of area. There's a lot of marble tables and benches surrounding a fire pit that has a spit, rusted tongs, and cutlery around it. The upper parts of the wall stained with smoke. If you would inspect the cutlery items and spit, it looks like they've been used to cook so many unsavory things. They have a thin psychic static on them, and being an elf, you would definitely pick up on that. Just kind of like a really unsettling feeling. You feel really uneasy, both of you, actually, in this room. And oh yeah, so yeah, that's it.
Guess keep making our way.
yep.
Walking fast.
Cool. And so you could either check the 3 doors on the right side on the eastern wall, or the one at the far end on the north.
I kind of look at Gordier. You're the one that had the vision?
Consulting my memories, do I think that the northern door would have the best bet to get to the west?
You have no idea. The details are just kind of foggy. You just have a general knowledge of, like, where some of the things are, like where the tombs lie and stuff.
I think we should head to the north, because you can't go east and expect to get to the west.
That's my thinking too.
Is that north door locked, or
it is not
notable
locked.
Features?
Definitely not locked. You could, of course, smash it open if you wish.
If it's not locked, he doesn't need to.
Yeah.
Very nice. So this one opens right up. It's let's see, a 30 by 40 room, 30 by 50 room, another rectangular shape. Although this one is just full of torture instruments. They're all stained with blood and rust. They're littered all over the room. There's a book on the floor. Let's see. The door has a bronze lock on it. That, not unfamiliar lock than the one with the gargoyle's mouth. You would notice, dwarf. And can you both roll a search or an architecture, either or?
I'll roll an architecture.
Cool.
Nope.
I rolled a 3, and I have 3 in architecture as
Perfect.
being a dwarf. So
very nice. So you understand from looking around, the west wall is newer than the rest.
This wall seems to be of newer construction than the rest, and I'll point it out. And I'll start taking the back of my axe and kind of like listening to it and tapping on it and seeing if it sounds hollow or if there's something on the other side.
While he's doing that, I'll check the book.
Let's see what the book. Ah, the book. So,
seems to be my thing.
Yes, this is another leather-bound book. The title, in Duvanku, of course, says Tome of the Exalted Interrogator.
Have we heard that name before? Was he on the door to the cabin?
He probably was. Let me triple check. Yeah, Exalted Interrogator, Atheldred Aleph. Just say Aleph. Yeah, so you've recognized the name.
Okay. Is it like a journal of types?
Kind of. It is. Let's see. It was, of course, began. The book was begun by the Exalted Interrogator himself. It looks like it's been in use for hundreds of years by all of her. It's her. Okay, so her successors. The book explains that the interrogator is sleeping in a crypt beneath the mountain, which you would assume is the place you're in now. There's notes and sketches in various different hands on the operation and success of various torture devices, including the one that's in the room. The book also contains a magical formula for controlling cult members whose special ritual names are known. So, if you know the ritual names of certain cult members, you can control them. Let's see what else. Yeah, that's it. So it looks like this book's been used by generations of torturers and inquisitor folk, and they do describe the use of the this odd device in the room, kind of close to where the dwarf is in the western part.
Any luck with the wall?
What did you want to do to the wall?
I was just tapping it, listening if it was hollow, looking for any type of secret ways to open it or anything. Seeing if I can get to the other side of the wall, if this has been made to conceal something or not.
Yeah, it is a newer portion of the wall. It doesn't sound particularly thin, but however you want to proceed is up to you. But that's.
Would you like a search check to try and find a secret way to open it, or
Yes,
an
let's do
architecture
that.
check?
Do an
or what?
architecture roll. See if you can find a weak spot.
I rolled another 3, so that's a success.
Nice. And you would find a small crack, perhaps, where you feel with enough work with, a pickaxe or an axe or something, you'd be able to get through it in time. Probably in about, it would probably take you probably at least an hour, hour and a half to get through.
And that appears to be on the western side.
Yes. Heck, we'll say 45 minutes. I think an hour would be ridiculous looking at the thickness of this wall. So, maybe about 45 minutes of good chugging.
Leia, last, do you still have that pick from upstairs?
Yeah, and I'll kind of heft it out of my backpack. Kind of relieved that it's no longer there, considering I'm all like dainty and weak now. Stupid music. Is there anything in the book like it focuses on the particular one torture instrument?
It describes lots of different ones. The only one you would recognize would be the one in the room, of course, just judged by the description, which is it's this like pair of 15-foot diameter stone wheels. Each of them are a foot thick, stacked almost like records, like vinyl records. They're on a threaded spindle. And you would read in the book that basically you put someone between these things, spin the upper wheel, and they're crushed between the discs.
Oh, geez.
It's pretty brutal.
This guy was not a nice man. And what was his name again? The executioner or something or another?
It was a she. It was the Grand Inquisitor.
It was
Right?
the exalted interrogator.
Exalted interrogator.
And what did you ask about her? You're just saying
just-
she was cruel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Then I would
Does it
be
look
busy.
like-
Go ahead, sorry.
Does the bit on the wall does it look like it could open? Like if there was a mechanism? Or is it just kind of
No, it's
wall?
just kind of a recently, quote unquote, built wall. Recently, it's kind of a loose
More recent
term.
than the original construction.
Hmm.
If I help him, would that cut down on the time?
It could.
I would like to help him.
Cool. So we'll say it
With
takes you
my-
guys 30 minutes to get through. However, during that time, you hear three more crashes coming from the temple room. So
So I
you're
believe that's
at-
8 down so far, correct?
Correct. You're at 8. These skulls have dropped. There are 4 remaining, you would gather. And yeah, so you'd get through this this wall, and you would end up. And Alan, your character Gordir there would recognize that you were probably entering the Tomb of the Repugnances like area. This one in particular, as the wall is opened. I assume you have a lamp or something, correct?
Yeah, I've got a
Yeah.
lantern that hooks
Or a
on my
lantern.
shield.
Yeah, so it's like a 20 by 30 room. There are a pair of sarcophagi lying inside. And that is all you see. And then there's a door on the northern wall of that, presumably out of the room.
Nice. Then I will go to the first one. And are these like covered with a big metal or stone slab, or are they open sarcophagi?
They're both closed. The lid on the left one is carved and resembles a full-sized portrait of a bloated man in a sitting position. Tiny arms are reaching out of the ground, kind of like trying to claim him or something. The lid of the right sarcophagus depicts an enormous woman pulling a child out of her mouth face first.
Lovely.
Yeah, it's not to be expected.
Well, it says
I will tell
name
Leo.
them, but build no monuments for them for the repugnances. But these are clearly monuments. Maybe we should break them?
And Gordil will just grin and spit in his hands and start rubbing them together and say, Keep your wits about you, Lael. We're getting closer to those repugnant places.
So you don't want to crack them open?
Oh no, I'm going to.
You are definitely.
I'm saying that while I'm rubbing my hands together and grabbing
Very
my
nice.
pickaxe. And before I start, which one do you want me to smash first, dearie?
I don't like the way that woman is eating that baby, so or giving birth to a baby from her face mouth. So crack her open.
Very
I
nice.
will crack that one open first. Smash
So that's the right one. Okay, so inside, as the top of the lid of the sarcophagus breaks, you do in fact see who you would assume is a woman depicted on the lid, and let's see, she is disgusting. She is huge. There are maggots all about her. There are undead fetuses that begin to cry as she starts to try to pull herself slowly from the tomb there.
Well, naturally, I immediately bury that pickaxe directly into her forehead.
Yeah, and pulling out, or I already had my rapier out, I guess, so I never put it away.
Very nice. So, Alan, I'll give you a free attack, and then we'll roll initiative. So, go ahead and roll to hit.
What kind of damage does a pickaxe do? Assuming that a
D6.
21 will hit.
21 will definitely hit.
For 3 points of damage.
For 3?
Yep.
Okay. There's lots of dice again. There it is. I mean, I got a pound of dice in front of me, actually, but it's this one in particular. Okay, so, so 3 damage. Oh, wait, no, where am I? I'm on 2. Okay, cool, got it. So roll initiative as his pickaxe slams into this woman's face, perhaps quieting one of the undead fetuses.
I rolled a 1
Very nice.
with a -1, with a +1. So I rolled a 1.
Okay, perfect. And what about you, Alan? Gordier?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was I rolling this time? My initiative?
Yeah.
Oh, my mistake. I also rolled a 1.
Nice. Okay, so...
Do you have a modifier?
For initiative, I do not.
What a shame. Yeah. And so she is going to push her way out of the sarcophagus, and she's going to attack. She'll attack you, Alan. She'll try to, at least. So let me hurry up and make sure I understand what she's doing. So she's going to try to slash you with her claws. So she has 2 hits, 1 with each hand. Oh, geez. Okay, so one's an 11 and one is a 5. I assume both of those miss.
Yeah, I have an AC of 17, so they will be missing me.
Perfect. Nice. So these hands slash out and do nothing. And as she does that, she keeps screaming at you, "Come, touch my horrid flesh. Wallow in filth with me." As her pig-like fingers are kind of like pointing at you. And it'll go to Laylo. I said it wrong. Lael.
Sword in hand, I will try to decapitate this bitch.
Nice.
With a
I was going to say, do you have kids around you?
no. The 14 to hit.
Let's see. 14 will hit it. Its AC is 14.
Oh, but just 1 damage.
Nice.
Or I guess no, it would be a 13 because it's supposed to be a -1 on everything, right?
Yes. Oh, actually, even better. Oh shit, we'll do it next round. But there's going to be a magical effect from the altar items that you weren't aware of until you fight. So.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Oh, great.
So you do miss, period. Yeah, I guess because of the -1. So we'll go to Gordier. Gosh, I'm butchering these names. Gordier. Act.
Gordier just says, no. as she's telling him to touch her nasty flesh. It's like, no, hag, but give me back me toe. And he'll lay into her with that pick again.
Nice.
And do I need to do anything in particular?
Yes, roll 2 attack hits and use the worst.
The worst will be a 9.
Nice.
Modified.
Very nice. And that happens. So
And I assume a 9's a miss.
the 9 is a miss, and it'll be her turn. As she just kind of laughs and continues telling you to touch her horrid flesh and join in wallowing in filth. And as she says that, 4 maggots come out of her stomach, and but she's going to try to slash you again. This time, a 17 and an 11. I assume the 17 hits.
17 ties. So, however you discern your ties.
I think that hits.
Okay, then it hits.
Yeah, 17. Yeah, that'll hit. So, no, you know
Yeah,
what? Fuck it. That's not.
They want to meet. They want to meet or exceed. So yeah, that'll.
Oh,
hit.
okay, meet or exceed. Yeah, gotcha. So yeah, that'll hit, and it's a D4. Let me grab a D4 for my Sacco dice. There we go.
Don't we re-roll initiative every round?
I guess so. I never do that with Lamentations, so we can for sure.
Oh, no. I was...
I've been
done that
playing
in some
the
games,
lazy way
haven't
for
in others. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think I picked it up from Mike or somebody. We always just do one init.
Yeah, to say when Micah's running, we roll it once, but when Ian's running, we always roll it twice. Or
Yeah,
roll it every.
Okay.
Yeah. So he does 1 point of damage to you, Gordier. As it goes to Lael.
Okay, and try and hit the maggoty lady again.
Cool.
Nope. No, it's a 10 on the die, so that ain't happening.
Nice. Yeah, and you're gonna do the same. Actually, you're gonna roll two hit dice and take the worst from here on.
Yeah,
out.
it's a 10 too.
Okay, nice. Very nice. So, yeah, now I'll go to Gordier.
Gordier
And-
will. So there are 4 maggots around me too.
Yeah, I was gonna say the 4 maggots are starting to make their way kind of closer to you as they were spit out of her disgusting stomach. They don't look terribly intimidating, but they might be a nuisance.
Can I hit her and stomp on one at the same time, or is that a double action?
You cannot, but yeah.
Well, I'm not going to worry about the maggots right this second. I'm going to try and smack her with this pickaxe again.
Cool.
And I rolled a 19 and a 20, so I'm definitely hitting.
Oh yeah.
For 5 points of damage. So I just lay into her and say, "And you changed me beard white." And nasty ichors probably flying off of her.
How much damage was it?
5.
Oh, nice. That's actually, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, that's enough to bring her down actually. So you can describe that as this massive wretch of a woman.
I'll just fly into a frenzy, and I imagine it's more than one hit. I'm just hammering over and over again, just
putting her into goo.
Yeah, at least where her nasty head that was cajoling me to touch her flesh was.
Nice.
That's just like a bloody hole.
Oh yeah, and all the maggots crawl back inside her stomach, and all the fetuses, the undead fetuses that were crawling in and out of her mouth, cease as she is felled.
That was disgusting.
Yeah, I probably jump up onto the sarcophagus and just start like mashing grapes in a winery and just start stomping on fetus and maggots.
You could
So
definitely.
I'm quite sure that everything in there is dead again, or remaining dead, or whatever the proper way to word it is.
Re-dead.
Oh yeah, double dead, triple dead. So yeah, there's just one more sarcophagus in here, and then there's a door on the north wall. Double door.
Well, do we want to open the other one? Or or do you just want to find the big one? You muted, Gordier.
Ah, thank you. I said, I don't want to leave it to me back. Do you think that it can open the lid itself?
No.
And I'll inspect
I suppose if it could, it would have already. Can we listen to it? Can we hear anything moving around the other one?
Yeah, you could. You would hear nothing. No sounds.
Let's just leave it. If, like you said, if it was going to come out, it would have come out with the racket that this one made.
And the one and what you made after.
Yeah, and he'll be like flicking blood off of the pickaxe before handing it back to Leo.
Oh God, that's disgusting. I'm sure his boots look amazing right now.
Yeah, probably like halfway up the calves. It's all just nasty putrid juices.
Do you want the spiky climbing boots in case you have to do it again?
Oh my gosh.
Yes, I'll switch to the spiked climbing boots. That seems to be a much better maggot stomping option.
And I don't suppose we know that what caused our seeming confusion during that battle.
You have no idea.
Okay.
You just feel a little like weighted down, perhaps, on your soul. Not terribly, but just a little. At least whenever it comes to like a fight or flight sensation, you know, like in the middle of combat, you just don't feel as capable.
The darkness of this place be sapping me.
Okay. So, want to go through the double doors and see what's on the other side?
Oh, the double doors. Okay, so the doors are locked from your side, so you can, of course, unlock it if you wish and head out into the abyss there.
Ka-chink.
Very nice. And it creeps open. Creaks open, rather. You're in a hallway. To the left, maybe 40 feet down, you see a door, and then a hallway that goes down southwards, you know, past that, so it breaks off to the left. And then to your right, there's a hallway going to the right, and it does the same thing, breaking off to the left there, heading north. Should both of you roll search checks as you step into this hallway?
Whatever it is, I do not see it.
I got a 2. Is there a minus on these two, or is it just my ability and saving throws?
I think just abilities. I'll say abilities and saving throws because I'm lazy to look.
Then that's a success.
Okay, so I'll give you that one. So you would hear about, you know, on the far right of the hallway at the end there, you would hear something coming from under that wall. You would assume that wall is probably a passageway. You would gather that, I think.
I'll point it out to my Gordier, their architect, apparently.
Oh, good eye, lassie. Sometimes these hidden things can escape me.
Perhaps it was the mist that hit your face and turned your hair white. Maybe it has affected your eyes.
Maybe. And I'll inspect this secret area that she's found. Does it look openable to me?
Yeah, if you would inspect it for a few minutes, you would eventually find a latch that would, of course, allow it to be pulled open.
Be a dear, Leo. Turn that scone on the wall over there to the right.
As it clicks open, the otherworldly noise that you've been hearing this entire time basically is incredibly loud. So it's clearly coming from here as the door pulls open. And you are looking at this room that's completely occluded by like this viscid substance, congealing like phlegm, clear as a jellyfish, and there's this like weird kind of pale, opaque, aged, bald human and human-sized head on top of this thing, and this thing is filling the entire room. So there's like a human face on it, old one.
A huge jellyfish with a human head on top.
Yeah, it's just like this really jelly-like substance that's filling the room and kind of moving a little. It's and if you would look, let's see. So it's hanging off the front. So the bloated mass of its body is basically. So he has like little frail arms that are kind of sticking out, but those are made of this milky substance stuff, or clear substance rather. You'll see a galaxy of glass-like spheres that are clearly visible, interspersed throughout the creature's vast, organless body, each sphere ranging in size from that of a small fist to that of an infant's head, each 3/4 full of a watery substance, which you would recognize as liquid time, but there's like a misty thing swirling in each one. So something is swirling inside the liquid time. And
How
basically,
many spheres are there?
just tons. It's just covering the entire body, the entire mass, the blob. So yeah, this entire like area you're in essentially contains the body, the spheres, and all these things. So it's filling up the room pretty jam-packed, and that otherworldly noise is quite loud.
Do you want to take one out of the jelly?
Let's see. What do I have that's can I throw I have a lantern and some oil too. Can I light a lantern and then throw it in the middle of this and see what happens?
You definitely could do that. Let's see.
Burning things for science?
Let's see.
Does it burn?
Okay,
When
so
confronted with a room-sized jellyfish thing, burn it with fire is always a go-to option.
So essentially, let's see, this is going to be a tricky one. So you want to throw this lamp, right? Or flask. Okay, so
Yeah.
as it makes contact with this this creature, some of the liquid, like galaxy-looking things, like the spheres, would shatter. Let's say 3 of them, and the substance hits the floor and just like shoots off in the direction eastward along the floor. And as you do so, the sacred parasite, as we'll call him, his head moves through the blob and like turns to face you all. And he's filling up the room pretty tightly. Against the west wall where you came in, there is an altar, but his body is, of course, pressing against it. And on the altar, you'll see some goblets and a book.
Do you recognize this altar as the painting place?
It does look like possibly the most holy place in this temple.
Is that holy as in, our kind of holy, or holy for
The Duvan Ku holy.
which doesn't seem to be the most friendly of religions, it seems.
And so again, just this crazy otherworldly noise is very loud as well. Keep that in mind. And the creatures, it's coming from the creature, almost in like a song, like he's kind of emitting it from his mouth, if you want to call it. I guess he does have a mouth, so.
Well, as the flames start licking up towards him, and he's looking at us.
Yeah, as the flame, let's say, it begins to climb a bit along his blob, and he'll slowly look down at it, and his face, still completely without expression, will turn at you, and let's see, he starts to strike out with his hands.
There it is.
So let's see.
I was waiting for the aggro.
Oh, he is definitely aggroed, but he's not going to be within range necessarily. However, he's going to vomit at you all. Let's see what that does. So both of you, let's see. Actually, let me do a d20.
It sounds like some sort of save to be made.
Yeah, let me see. So, okay, yeah. So, save versus paralysis.
And are these made with normal rolls, or is there any disadvantageous aspects to them?
I think they're both normal for both of you, except I
Natural
think,
1.
Okay, yeah. So you lose regardless, and
That would be both of us.
Oh.
Oh, very nice. So let's see. You are
Very
both paralyzed, and you will both take 1 HP of damage this first round. So each round we're gonna have to re-save against paralysis to unfreeze as you're frozen by this liquid time, essentially coming from this creature. And Lael, your hair would of course turn white immediately, although you do not feel any missing, toes or something.
Toes?
Yeah.
I
Didn't
look
get your
awesome
toe?
now.
So that'll be that first turn. Of course, both take 1 damage, and then we can both make another save as the creature's upper torso, if you want to call it that, starts kind of shifting its way through towards you very slowly.
I'm imagining like a big old jellyfish alien, queen alien, kind of the way that she moves.
It's another fail.
Okay, so you take 1 more damage,
And I likewise fail too.
and you also take 1 more damage.
Sorry.
So,
I aggroed the jellyfish.
very nice. And it's going to again keep moving, or blobbing its way to you, if that's even a verb. Yeah, real nasty. And it will, keep doing that. So again, make another save. It still has a ways to go.
I will be successful this time.
Oh, me too. Got a 16.
Very nice. You are both unfrozen. And you are not within contact just yet. We will say he is, or it, whatever you want to call it, is probably within 20 feet, though, of you, and slowly creeping. And
Does it
roll
look like it
initiative,
could
I
travel through?
suppose.
All right.
I'm
Say
sorry?
what?
What did
I
you
rolled a
want
2.
to
I was going to say, does it look like it can travel through doors?
He's probably stuck in that room, definitely. But did you want to try to escape?
Just asking. That might be.
Get more things to throw at it.
Yeah.
Got a 3.
Okay. All right, cool. Gordier, you said you had a 2. Or was I imagining that?
Yes, I was at a 2.
Okay. Okay, so Leo, you can go ahead and act.
Well, it's probably now between us and the altar. So, yeah, let's just back out. I'm gonna back out from where we came. Is there anything heavy or flammable in which I could use to slow it down some more whenever it comes back through?
Probably not, no.
Yeah,
But you can
and
get out the room there, going back through the secret doorway. And that can be your turn, I suppose. Then it'll go to simultaneously Gordier and the creature. So the creature, what it's going to try to do, regardless of what you do, I guess, is try to vomit more liquid time on you. But what would you like to do?
If Lael's back it up, I'd be backing with her, kind of keeping my body interposed between this jelly monster and her with my shield up.
Very cool. I guess just make a save versus paralysis as you're backing out.
I will be successful.
Very nice. Yeah, so you successfully make it out the room. Yeah, so y'all are out of the room, and I'll say out of combat at least for now. And
Can I turn the sconce and close the door?
you definitely could. And it would seal right back up. And after a few moments, you would hear that otherworldly music again, and I guess what would kind of sound like snoring, more or less.
Snoring?
Mm. As if the creature has worn himself out.
Sounds like it's sleeping.
Yeah, I'd shut that door. I'd probably use one of the climbing spikes as like a wedge to try and get it underneath there, and I'd be hammering it in with the back of my axe.
Yeah, you could definitely do that. And that door would be nice and sealed.
Layla's kind of regretting that she didn't see the book before she threw shit in there. She would have probably tried to gotten that book before aggroing the thing. Oh well. So what do you want to do? Did that seem? It seemed like an important room, but the thing was disgusting. And
I don't know how to kill such a thing or if it's possible, but yeah, I would agree. That altar looked like the altar from the painting. I think you need to drink some of that liquid time in that room.
yeah, I didn't.
I don't know if you should drink your own liquid time or one of those the vomited liquid time.
Well, suppose we could open the door back up and see what we can see. See if it's possible to get to the altar.
Yeah, so you would look back in, and again, the creature is kind of in the center-ish of the room, just filling it, the blob filling up the entire place as usual. But he does appear to be sleeping.
I'll cover you, lassie. You run up there and grab that book and maybe drink the time, and I'll hold my weapons at ready and kind of like try and shield her. Keep myself between the monster and her while she does whatever it is that magical elves do.
Is the creature making the music?
Yes.
I kind of wonder what would happen if we did the dismissal fugue. Like, I'm gonna try and sing it from the doorway. Just kind of do the dun 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 or however it sounds from the song. I want to see if it has an effect.
It has no immediate effect, but it probably sounds and looks pretty cool.
Okay.
As you're walking up, you got a dwarf all battle ready, and you're humming the Imperial March.
He said it was sinister sounding.
I like the mental image I got of it in front of this sleeping jellyfish phlegm monster.
It did stay asleep whenever she was singing.
Yeah, okay. Singing its own tune.
Okay, well then I will slowly creep in and take a look at the items on the altar.
Okay, now to do so, you're gonna have to basically walk over like part of his blob to get to the altar.
There's not a clearish path.
No, he's taken up the entire room basically, and you can see through him. Like you can see the other side of the room and all this, but and there's like a hallway back there, and there's a door to the north wall. But of course, you'd have to get through him physically. But yeah, so you can walk over his blob.
I'm going to make sure not to touch any of the spheres.
Cool. Now, as you're walking, do a climb check.
Oh, climb. Where's my That's gonna be a 2.
Is that a success for you?
Nope.
Or? Okay.
I'm an elf. I get search.
I rolled a 5.
Okay, so
it's also a fail for me.
You'll both fail. You both managed to get through. What's up?
I was gonna say, I'm wearing those spiked climbers boots.
You're already wearing the spiked climbers boots.
Does it get hit?
Stomped him.
Actually, so you'll succeed, Gordier. Actually, wait, what did you roll?
I rolled a 5. It's
It would
nowhere
just
near
give you 1
close.
pip off.
Oh,
wait, no, wait.
man.
Oh, no. Wait. So, all climb checks are made at a -1 pip on this creature, so Lael failed either way, and
Mhm.
if you're wearing Norquist's orb spike shoes, you don't need to make a check essentially. So, however, Lael will take 3 damage as just cold, icy damage from this creature's blob as it touches you.
Like
As you
soaks through
slip a
your
bit,
shoes.
perhaps. Yeah.
It's like stepping in a cold puddle or something.
Oh yeah, but very cool.
Her teeth are chattering.
Oh yeah, but aside from that, you could reach the altar there. No problem. So let me find the altar. And my eyes are getting bad. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So there was 2 golden goblets, both incredibly ornate, a very large and ornate book, and then various gemstones scattered about. And I
What does
assume,
the book say?
yeah, I assumed you want the book. So,
I want to see if it could help, because there was only 1 goblet in the painting, right?
right. Oh, wait, there's some more. I didn't flip. So there's also an inscription along the base of the altar. It's in gold. And you can translate it, of course, and it says, "We hailed the nothing and offered this one unto it." And it's just transcribed on a piece of paper there. There's a wooden inscription in the same tongue on the side of the altar facing the west wall. The book has an inscription on the cover in Duvan Ku. Goblets at first glance look like they're filthy and worthless. Yeah. So I assume you want to check. You said you wanted to check the book.
Yeah.
Okay. So in Duvan Ku, it translates to the million violations. At least the cover does.
We've heard that before too, right?
Yes.
Was that on the door as well? The million violations?
Yeah, it was somewhere. You've read that for sure. Yes, it was on the door as well, I think. Yeah.
Can I open the book?
Yeah, definitely.
Or can I look at the goblets in the book through the eyepiece from the one room?
Yeah, and it would all be translated to, through the glass. The goblets, as you inspect them a little closer, they're incredibly valuable. They're not as worthless as you initially thought. So it's some more treasure. And the book, you do want to open it and kind of read a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it looks like a list of the crimes that the Duvan Ku have committed against humanity and against the gods. It looks like it'll take you gather, probably at least 2 months to read it completely. So that's something you could always do in the future, of course. Yeah. So, and then there's a wooden inscription as well on the altar, on the wall.
Can I look at that inscription?
Okay, and this describes a sacrifice ritual to be performed on the altar. And there's a rune that stands for gift. And now, do you read it to yourself or out loud? I assume out loud, or
Yeah, since I'm translating for.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. So, Gordier, make a save versus magic.
Oh shit.
Do you succeed or fail, Ellen?
Oh, I'm sorry. What am I rolling?
Oh, save versus magic.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. My mistake. I rolled a 17, so that's definitely a fail.
That's a fail? Okay.
Oh man, what's your save? It would have been a success for me.
Yeah, do you have an 18 or something?
Oh wait, I'm trying to get over.
You're trying to get
right?
over.
Yeah.
Correct. So you succeed.
I take that back. I do succeed, and my
I was
save
gonna
is a
say.
12.
Perfect. Okay. And of course, Lael, you rolled it as well, I guess.
Oh.
Or you can now. Yeah. Now it's your turn to roll for that.
Nope, fail.
Okay. So nothing happens. Yeah, nothing happens right now. So,
Mm.
what would you like to do?
Well, what did the inscription say? Or did I just read it and we did a save and it's gibberish?
Oh yeah. You read it out loud. It was basically talking about the sacrifice ritual that could be performed on the altar, and then you saw the rune for gift. However, being that you're kind of on this altar that's elevated, if any of you would look behind at the blob, you could see through that he's covering like this large pit in the floor. You can't see any details in it or anything. You can just see that he is like completely on top of it. Aside from that, blah blah blah.
I'm just standing here watching her do her thing with my shield at ready and axe ready to start slashing if this slimy asshole does something.
Right now, he is just sleeping and kind of humming his song. What would you like to do?
I don't know.
I think you should drink something out of the goblet, like in the painting. Because clearly a painting above this evil place would not be wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That maybe it was wrong. But and both of the goblets look identical. If I rub some of the smut off of them, does one look more like the one in the painting than the other?
Not in particular.
Well, I guess there's nothing else to do but bottoms up, and so I'll take the liquid the liquid from that has the powder, the god powder in it.
The god powder liquid time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Double whammy.
Cool.
Yeah, because if something bad's gonna happen, I want it to be super bad.
Do it, go big.
I like your thinking. That is excellent. So let me grab the appropriate dice for this. Alrighty. So you want to throw that back, eh? Alright. So as you consume this, oh jeez. What is that gonna do? What? Okay, so you don't know this, but the next three things that you say, all right, next three things you assert will never be believed. But you don't understand this. So the next three things that come out of your mouth, Alan, you would just absolutely not like. They're just like complete lies, essentially.
My mother did no such thing.
I don't think it worked.
Then
Oh, and also, you're in a druggy haze for 9 plus for 12 rounds. You're in a druggy haze. Yeah. So perfect. So whatever that means, you're just kind of in a drugged up state. Oh crap! And you're a spellcaster, so you get a roll. I gotta have to roll twice on this table. Nice. All kinds of fun effects. So you got the three things. You're in a drug haze by default, and that might not be so bad. Let's see. Oh, and for 2d100. Okay, so for how many minutes? So for the next 40 for the next 95 minutes. You're unable to see or hear any other living thing.
Gordier, where'd you go?
I'm right here, laddie. And I'll try and take her hand.
Oh, and also roll a d20 to see if you're an addict.
Oh, fun.
Oh, good.
Sorry, there's so many things.
Whoa. 18.
Okay, you're good. So you're not an addict.
Oh,
That's
man.
just-
My dwarf was going to start laughing and say, "First time's always free, lassie."
So if I can't see living things, can I still see the thingy, the creature in front of us? Or if it was in front of us?
Yeah, is it a living thing?
It's technically alive, but it's also like kind of undead. So yeah, you can see it.
So I
You
can't
see Gordier.
I can't see you, Gordier, but I can still see the thing, and he can't believe me that I'm saying it.
Oh yeah,
Can she feel my hand when I take her hand?
probably yeah. But
Yeah,
she
she'll
can't
feel like
see
a
or hear you.
disembodied
So
hand. Grab a hold of you and start dragging you back towards the door that we came in.
I will let him, because it's really weird. You just blinked out of existence, and now you're not here. I think you're dead, Gordier. You must be dead.
Stop talking about me mother that way. Is what he's hearing and whatnot. Because you said everything she says sounds like some sort of insulting lie to me now.
oh yeah. So, or just like probably the first like 3 things out of her mouth were lies essentially. But yeah, now she's probably a little more coherent. So you wanted to get out of this room, correct?
Yes, I would take her out of this room and
Nice.
start splashing some water in her face. And
Before you could do that, both of y'all roll just the elf roll a climb check to make sure you don't like step on anything interesting on the creature or wake it up essentially.
Climb check. That's a D6, not a D20. Oh, hey, a 1.
Okay, yeah. So y'all both get out of there, no problem. Creature is still sleeping.
get her out, replace that spike in the door, and then I start throwing water in her face and probably slapping her around a little bit, trying to get her to
How long am I stoned?
So for 95 minutes, so for what did I say?
It was 12 rounds, I think you said.
12 rounds, you're under you're like a drugged up haze kind of, but the effect of not being able to see or hear living creatures is for 95 minutes. So so the haze won't last too long, but the effects will. So you can throw all the water you wish. It would probably just look like it's coming out of midair to you.
This is so trippy. I can't see you. Why are you
I don't know
ignoring
where a
me?
good
I can't hear you. Are you there? I can't see. And she'll kind of like reach out for Gordier. Tug him on the beard if she finds it.
You could touch him.
He'd be.
You would feel him.
You'd feel me, but you can't see me or hear me, and you'd eventually feel me, and you'd eventually also feel me rummaging through your pack. I'd say probably about 15, 20 minutes into it, I would try and write something down on. I'd rummage through your pack to find that climber's diary.
Oh.
Right in there, and try and start. I don't know if you'd see it as just floating or what, but I would write in there and be like, "Lassie, you really shouldn't talk about me mother that way." Still angry about that.
I didn't say anything about your mother. Why are you? What floating book? I don't know who you are.
It's me, Gordier. We've been traveling together for the last decade or 2.
Oh, the last thing that wrote that was a dead hand. You are dead, Gordier.
I'm still alive. I'm still standing right next to you. perhaps we should rest a little bit until the effects of that soul juice wear us off of you.
Effect. That's such a funny word when you write it down. Effects.
And oh, go
And
ahead.
I would retreat with her towards, I don't know, probably the hand room, because that room had doors on both sides and didn't have anything much more creepy than some dead hands that could write when she made them write.
Yeah, and you could do that. And as you pass through the shrine or the chapel, all the skulls are missing, but nothing else
All
seems
of
to
them
have
are missing.
changed. Yes. Yeah, and you can get back out those bronze doors and sit in that other room for a little bit. How long do you want to rest?
I'd probably chop up one of those tables and start a fire. Maybe cook some rations. And I'm gonna rest until she's coherent.
Okay. So
The coherency will come quick. It's the seeing you that won't.
yeah. So after about an hour and a half or so, you do gain your sight and your hearing back for living creatures, Leo. Drug haze is of course gone. So, and nothing of interest happens while you're waiting. Just the continuation of that otherworldly music and stuff.
Well, it didn't work out so well, me lass. I apologize for that.
No, it didn't. It didn't work. I don't really feel right still.
Do you wish to retreat back up to the cabin, start afresh tomorrow, or continue on? How are you feeling? And he looks at you with like great concern in his eyes. He's kind of like moving back and forth in front of your face, checking out each eye individually. Not that he's got any. Just noticing that your pupils are no longer wildly dilated or whatever.
So your god dust doesn't, or purple lotus, whatever, doesn't work the way I think it doesn't work as advertised.
Well, you did mix it with that soul juice. That might have had a problem with it.
The melted skull. Did the chapel or anything? Did any of the rooms look different as we were going back through them?
No, everything seemed about the same. Just all the skulls are now on the ground and melted.
There'll be no more skulls left.
I don't really want to rest down here, so yeah, I guess we could go, because it is probably getting late now.
Yeah, you've probably been in there for at least a few hours, a couple hours.
Well, at least an hour and a half with that, and another
Probably
45 minutes. Yeah.
And it's winter, so it's probably getting dark quite early.
Okay, so yeah, I guess we'll head back up to the cabin.
Sweet. Easily done. So yeah, you can make your way back. And so you want to rest, I assume, overnight?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would chop up any furniture we need to make another fire in the fireplace. Particularly chairs that continuously face me.
And now both of us have white hair.
Yes, you both have white hair, although only one of you is missing a toe.
And
let's see.
let's kind of do another quick check around the cabin since the mural changed in the chapel.
The painting would be the exact same. It would just be the two of you. Although this time you both have white hair in the painting.
So it has changed slightly.
That's disturbing.
You know what? I take that back. I would chop up the harpsichord for firewood, just to stop the music.
Okay, let's see if anything happens. There are so many fun things that can happen in this module. Where is the harpsichord?
Making him turn back to the stuff that we at the very beginning.
Yeah, so you could chop it up, and you can get some wood off of it, but the music in the cabin will not stop.
Just because I'm feeling deathly curious. If I pull the mirror away from the wall, do I still not have a reflection?
Yeah, you have no reflection, although the dwarf would.
I'll check myself out, see how I look with the white hair and stuff. I don't appear to have aged, just my hair has.
Yeah, just your hair. You would gather probably due to the amount of liquid time that was, gotten to your mouth. But excuse me. Yeah, you do not look any older. How?
And yeah, I would chop up the harpsichord, start a fire, cook some more rations, and
Very nice.
camp throughout the night. And I would stick one of those pittons through the latch on that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, trying to lock it.
Okay.
Because I'm like curious about all of the other books, and I read the other ones. If I go open up the door, can I see where he threw the book out the first time, the elf book out?
Yeah, you would see like a little mound that's just covered with snow, kind of caked now. And
Pull
it
out
is
the
getting
book
dark,
and
so.
yeah, can I pull out the book and inspect it? I guess now that
Yeah.
I'm feeling braver about books.
Yeah, you could find some. You could find some still okay pages. I don't think it was burnt too bad. Probably just the outside of it. Now you would see it's a huge book. It's thick, like a torso, of course. The handwriting and the ink vary on each page, and they document 9 millennia worth of sacrifices with dates written in 67 different calendars. It looks like some entries reveal time gaps ranging from a few years to over 1,000. The names at the beginning of the book, you can't even recognize them. They're just completely unpronounceable combinations of like letters and stuff and apostrophes and things. You wouldn't even understand it. Some are cuneiform and pictographs, but then like some of the latest pages, if you would flip towards the back, are more familiar tongues that you would recognize. In fact, the last few hundred have the same writing style that Zeke used in his red ink, and it looks like his hand, of course. But there's tons and tons and tons of names.
Is Mary Bell Walker on there?
You would see it, and it is in red.
Are all of the dates in
Ezekiel's
red?
handwriting? Oh,
Yeah,
the recent
definitely.
ones.
Yeah, the recent ones do match Ezekiel's handwriting. You do notice that you have to be really careful with the book, because it's very, very fragile. Just as a detail.
I think you had the right feeling about burning this thing.
I don't want to burn it now. Listen to get those screams going again. Oh, when we were walking out, was the nasty faces still screaming at us, or had they?
They had
Gone
quieted
back into
down,
the-
and it was just dark in there, dark and quiet, except for the faint music coming from that parasitic creature, the blob. Okay, so y'all want to sleep, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
What could possibly... Wait, I can't say that.
Okay, so blah blah and blah blah. Okay, so one of you, let's roll for who? The dwarf. You have horrible nightmares. That are so violent you begin to chew at your tongue throughout the night. And let's see, that would be. Oof. Damn. Okay, so that's 4 points of damage.
Ow.
Just ow.
You just completely gnaw at your tongue, and you chew it off completely.
What?
Right in the middle. But the elf is fine, although you do have kind of a poor rest. But you would recover, I think, 8 hit points at least.
How many?
I don't remember the exact rule. Wait, let me see.
Yes, I am over half, even with minus the 4. So
Nice. Yeah, I think if you're over half, you get 1 hit point back, or how does it work? I don't remember. Let me see.
I've never had to heal.
Oh, nice.
It's always been over or I'm dead.
Healing. So, if you have at least half of your HP, recover 1 hit point after a peaceful night's rest. Okay, so y'all do not have a peaceful night's rest, so you recover nothing. It's very.
Oh, even I
peaceful.
don't?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Very nice. Now, proposition. Do y'all want to split this into another session, or do y'all want to keep going? It could take anywhere from 30 minutes to another 3 hours, just depending. I think maybe 2. Probably another hour and a half, I would think, honestly. Tops, but that's up to you guys. How you want to.
is it Corinne or Corinne?
Corinne.
I'll leave it up to Corinne. I'm available now, or we can reschedule if your schedules, if you can't.
I'm good. I wouldn't be doing anything else other than going to play Resident Evil, so
Yeah, let's head back down. I assume.
First my toe, then my tooth, now my tongue.
Oh yeah.
do I
I'm gonna be
guess
half a dwarf by the time I leave here.
So I'll get my read magic spell back, right?
Yeah, with that back, definitely. So.
Do you want to leave our up here?
I'm
Is there no
sorry,
sense in
you
taking them?
started to break up right there.
Do we want to leave
what?
our spoils, our treasures that we found up here, or do you want to?
Yeah, we could hide them up here.
Yeah, you can
One of
find
these-
like a foot locker to put it all in.
Foot locker, yeah.
No sense in carrying around. Like, what good is a necklace going to do us down there?
But
Or
course I'm
end
not-
like 18 eyepieces. We only need
I am
one.
no longer. Yeah, I'm no longer verbose, though. I'm just grunting at you. No.
The climbing gear
So-
seems like a good idea to take down there, but
Oh yeah.
tools and what have you. The only other thing that I can really think of right now, Gordier, is like, the thing seemed to. The music, maybe we should play the dirge for it, or just the fugue. We play the Imperial March for it.
Sure. He'll nod affirmatively.
I wish I had rolled for cure wounds and not mending, because I can't mend your tongue. I'm sorry.
He just shrugs and looks at his toe, feels around with his finger where his missing tooth used to be.
I drank a god juice thing. It didn't work. So yeah, I guess we'll make our way back down to the chapel. Since that was like one of the things that changed when we did stuff.
Yeah, and y'all can make it there, no problem. And again, all the skulls have dropped. And you would be hearing the otherworldly music, although faintly, coming from where the big blob is.
And I'd pull out the musical score and set it on the bone organ where the sheet music would be. And I'll take a step off and just cross my arms and look at the elf.
I'll play the dismissal fugue.
Okay, sweet. So, let's see. You begin to play it, and
Since we rested, do I still have the -1 to everything?
yeah.
Okay.
So let me pull up my. Bear with me 1 second. Suspense is killing me. Actually, I want to see what happens. Okay, so. And, okay, cool. So you immediately teleport to room. Okay, so it was 26. Damn, that's the same with the other party ended up. Okay, nice. So
Just
you,
her, or do I go with it?
both of you, as the dismissal fugue is played, you are both essentially dismissed from this shrine area, and you find yourself in a. Let me find it. Give you the description. It is dark. It is very dark where you are. It's a small room. Ah, right. This one. So, yeah, you're just in this small, let's see, 20 by 20 room with, I guess one of you would have a light on you. At the end, the far western wall, the back of the room, there is, let's see, interesting, 3 canopic jars on top of this pedestal. The door behind you on the eastern wall is painted with a flicking mural in which a robed woman on a pedestal looks as naked slaves stab themselves. So yeah, there's just this like table pedestal thing with 3 jars and a strange mural.
When we materialize in this room, I'll kind of do that dwarven hop, 180, all directions, looking around, menacingly, seeing nothing to menace. I'll start to calm down and inspect the murals and whatnot.
Okay. So yeah, this mural again is just this this robed woman, and there's naked slaves stabbing themselves, presumably to death.
And there's no doors out of this room?
Ah, there is. Yeah, that mural's like on the door out the room, like you assume.
Okay.
Yeah. Aside from that, just a table with 3 jars.
And then I'll.
Is there any writing or anything on the jars?
There is not.
I'll are they like sealed closed?
Yeah, the jars are closed.
But are they sealed? Is it just like a stopper that goes into it, or?
Yeah, just kind of like just a weighted top on lid.
Okay. I'll pop one open and take a look inside.
So
It's not good.
As
when
you
you
do
laugh.
It's not good. Not good when the DM's giggling like that.
nah, that's not so bad. So yeah, you open it up, and you see some silver in there, but under the silver, this like eye kind of blinks at you and then launches out, and it's just this essentially an eye that's in the middle of a hand that's mounted onto a serpent's body, and it lunges out. So that's a wild description. Yeah, so essentially it's a palm with an eye on it. It looks like it was sewed in there, and then a hand, the palm itself, is sewed onto a serpent's body, and this shoots out. So everyone roll initiative. And this is called an Eye of Fate, or a lunatic eye. Depending on who you're talking
I am on a 4.
The -1 is a 2.
Very nice. So 4 and 2. Oops, there goes part of my pencil. Cool. So
Do I have that -1, or is that just Layla?
It's just
Leo,
her
sorry.
with the.
Okay.
It's because I failed the save whenever you played the harpsichord
Yeah.
music.
Yeah.
So, put that down. Okay, so they are on a 4. It's on a 4. So it will go for. Let's see. It'll go for the dwarf as it lunges at you. What kind of attack does it do? Yeah, so it's going to try to hit you. I'll tell you what happens if it does. Okay. What's your armor class?
I am at a 17.
Okay, it rolled a 13, so it'll just kind of shoot past you and coil up a little bit, and then the palm will raise upward and look at both of you as it goes down to you as well on 4, 4 deer.
Then I will make an attack. Am I taking the lower of 2d20?
Yes.
Then yeah, I will swing my axe at it, trying to sever the hand from the snake.
Okay. What did you roll?
I only rolled an 8, so I'm gonna miss.
Yeah, so
probably.
that'll miss. It's at 14 armor class. I'm gonna go to you, Leia.
And do the same. And roll a 14. 12. No, shit. With the -1, it's a 13.
Ah, nice.
That -1 is.
So that will miss as it tries
That's with
to
the
attack.
disadvantage, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go to its turn as well as I guess simultaneously the dwarf, but it will try to attack. Actually, doesn't matter. It'll just shoot into the room and it misses pretty poorly as it goes to Gordier.
He'll with a. You can tell he's probably yelling out something that probably used to be a dwarven battle cry, but without a tongue, it's just like a noise.
Mm-hmm.
And he will hit at a 17
Very nice.
for 3 points of damage if a 17 hits him.
Yeah, that'll definitely hit it, and that is noted. As my book falls off my lap. Oh gosh. Okay, cool. So it goes to Leo.
Let's see if she can hit something for once. Nope.
Nice. And it goes back to the top at its turn, and it will lunge at again the dwarf for 15 to hit, and I think that's under your 17. So your turn.
So I get the shield up just in time as it darts at me and smashes its face into my shield.
Nice.
And then I slash out at him with my axe. But that will definitely miss.
Okay.
At a 6.
As you miss, it goes to Leo.
Okay. Let's see if I can hit something. Nope. It's a natural 20 and a 3.
Oh, geez. So yeah, you take the 3, of course, and you do miss. As it goes back to its turn, this time attacking the dwarf again. Rolling a 4, so it misses. As it's your turn, Gordier.
I'm feeling better about missing it. The more it misses.
Yeah. This thing's quite.
Gordier lunges out with the axe, and it just like ducks its head as the axe just slashes over it, and he misses yet again as well.
Nice.
Okay. I'm gonna get a different freaking D20. Okay, that's a 17. Is a 4.
Very nice. And the 4 misses. And it will attack.
We're gonna die to a snake hand.
You haven't freaking hit anything this game except for the thing when I threw the lantern on it.
Oh my God. Yeah, this thing misses again as it goes to Gordier.
Gordier kind of frowns at his axe, looking at it. Not used to being deceived by it so hard. He'll take another swing. And this time it'll be a 12. If that hits, it'll hit for 2 points of damage.
It does miss. Now, are you rolling twice?
Oh, I am, and I'm
Okay,
taking the lower.
Yeah, the 12. Yeah, 12 misses. Anyways, you're looking for a 14. And it goes to Leo.
14 and a 12.
Nice. So take the 12.
Yep.
And it attacks or tries to. And it misses again. Misses the dwarf.
This is.
Gordier wraps
I'm
his
hearing
axe
the
against his
Benny
shield.
Hill music right now.
Gordier wraps his axe against his shield and then lunges out with a forward slash.
Okay.
And his low will be a modified 14 this time. 12 and a 16 is what I rolled for 5 points of damage.
Okay, that will hit it. And let's see. That is not enough to bring it down, but it does do a decent chunk. This thing is definitely not feeling too well.
Yeah, I figure I chopped about a foot of its tail off. Just
Yeah.
brought that down and
Okay, let me see if I can do something useful. Ooh, that's another natural 20 and an 18. So I
Okay.
hit.
Very nice.
Finally, I get to hit something for 4 points of damage.
Very nice. Okay, and it looks like it is very bloodied up. Not quite down, but on the edge, you would think. As it tries to do one last attack, perhaps, on the elf this time. Rolling a 14 to hit. Does that hit?
My AC is 15.
Oh, nice. So it barely misses, probably getting some blood on you. And it goes to the dwarf.
dwarf rolls a 3. He's gonna miss, and he's gonna let out again that wordless moaning noise. And as he misses.
Very nice.
I shouldn't be laughing, but
Yeah, he was probably spitting out dwarven curses, but it's unintelligible.
I got a 16 and an 18, so it'll hit with a 15.
It will.
Yay! With a 7.
Oh yeah, you can describe how you destroy this thing.
After chasing it around the room, and I finally like step on one end of the tail and kind of like bring the sword down, slicing its head off or hand off.
Very nice.
I-
The eye shuts closed as you do that. Okay, so yeah, y'all are still in this room. 2 more jars and the dwarven mural. Oh, and in that jar where the snake came from, there is 300 silver pieces stuffed down there,
That's a
which you could, of course, add to your collection.
fair amount. Like we're up to close to 400 silver pieces now, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Somewhere up there, I got them all written down.
Yeah, I got it all marked off.
36,
As well as the,
13,
words that you
110, and 300 so far.
Yeah. Okay. Well, do you want to open the other ones, Gordier?
Gordier's busy doing a dwarven river dance with the spiked boots and stomping all over this snake to ensure that it stays dead.
And it would
And-
definitely stay dead. Just become mush.
And when you ask that, he doesn't even open it. He just grabs his axe and smashes the entire urn.
Roll a d20 as you do that.
That'll be a natural 1.
Okay, so it does.
So I'm gonna miss.
It does shatter. We'll say you shatter it, but the creature inside, this one is the same creature, but it's the eye is blind. You can see it's like cataract and things, and it'll shoot out, but your axe will miss. So everyone roll initiative again.
Jeez. It's a 5 this time.
Very nice.
I will be on a 1.
Okay, so we will start with you, Leo.
Okay. A 17 and a 7.
Okay, so the 7 does
Stupid.
miss.
Disadvantage. Even though we left the items upstairs. Damn it.
As it goes to its turn, the blind eye of fate. Let's see. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, it's going to attack the elf. And it rolls an 18.
Yes, that'll hit
So,
this time.
Let's see, anyone hit? And so save versus paralysis.
Fail.
Okay, so you are blind for grab a d4.
So now I have super.
You were blind
Disadvantage.
for 2 rounds. Not so bad. And yeah, so it does 1 choke doing damage. Okay, yeah. So it's gonna do a d6 damage with its choke as well. Okay, so it does 1 damage and you're blind for 2 rounds. Okay.
I've been forgetting to add my attack bonus.
Oh shit.
I have had so
Yeah,
many that would have hit.
close. Yeah, so yeah, definitely start adding that.
God damn it.
It might be useful. And it'll go to Gordier at the bottom, who is muted.
Sorry. I swing, and if it's got the same AC, I miss.
This one actually has a 12.
Oh well, in that case, I meet it at a 12. I rolled my low was a 10.
Okay, so you do meet or exceed, so you can hit it.
For another 5 points of damage. This die likes 5s.
Okay, very nice. So that is not quite enough to fell it, but it is definitely blooded up. I'm gonna go back to the top at Lael.
Okay. A natural 20 and a 12 plus 2 minus 1, 13. So
Okay, that will hit it.
Okay. Many modifier. 4 damage.
Okay, so it is barely hanging on at this point. Like,
The stitches
absolutely.
are a little loose.
The next person to hit it will kill it. So it goes to its turn as it tries to attack the blinded elf. Ugh, rolls a 5. So it goes to the bottom at Gordier.
Lashing out with the axe. I will definitely miss.
Very
As
nice.
I try my best, but it's unnerving blind sway just happens to zag when I was ziggy.
Yeah, it's a pretty gross looking thing. As it goes to the top.
Nope. 3 and a 5.
Very nice. And it will attack you, or try to attack you again, elf. And miss. And it goes back to the bottom.
That's what it gets for calling me.
Yeah. And Gordier. The muted Gordier.
Yep. Swinging again. That'll be an 11, so also a miss.
Damn. And it goes to the top, the elf.
Around a lot. That's a 7 and a 4.
Sadly, not enough. And this will shoot at the dwarf this time. There we go. And it rolls a 3, so it will miss. And it'll go to the dwarf.
The dwarf can't roll above a double digit at the moment.
So it misses, I take it, as it goes back to the
Yeah,
top.
I'm just swinging wildly, just chopping down invisible trees that are nowhere near this snake.
Perfect.
I got a 17 and a 17. 16 on both die.
Excellent. So yeah, you
Nice.
can try killing it. It has 1 hit point left.
It kind of, as it strikes at Gordier, I just kind of step on its head and squish it.
Very
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, so
Trying that Mexican hat dance thing that Gordier's got going on everything.
seems to work. And yeah, just 1 more jar.
Or what was in this one?
This one also had 300 silver pieces, which are now scattered about the room, but you could easily collect them.
Well, is 300 gold pieces worth it to you, Gordier?
He just shrugs and looks at you, looks at him, notices that neither of us appear to be hurt very much, and he'll look like he's about to smash the jar, and then he'll arc an eyebrow at you, leaving it up to you whether he smashes it open or not.
Lael will turn to the door.
All right, if you turn towards the door, I'm not going to smash it by myself. I'll follow along.
I
After
only
gathering
have
up
4 hit points. 4.
Ooh, I need to note this down. Yeah, you could definitely get to the door, and it's just again this mural with the robed woman and naked slaves stabbing themselves. The door is locked, but from the inside, so you could of course open it.
Is
And
it the door we couldn't open before?
it is not.
Oh.
But as you step out into the hallway, I think Gordier, having seen the vision earlier of the layout of this place, would garner that you guys are basically on the in the Tomb of Repugnances, like in that area. So like probably in that same line.
So do we recognize the? Do we see the door with the fetus lady and the slothy guy?
If you walk 20 feet and look to the right, you would see that hallway where it leads to the secret door, as well as the door with the bloated woman with the undead fetuses. Yeah. So you're basically at
Around the corner.
Yeah, you're around the corner from that. Southwards, it goes down into what you would assume are more tombs, Gordier. North goes back to where you were earlier, the big creature in that hallway and such. So, south or north?
Is it still making that music?
Yeah, it's definitely louder because you're closer to it, but
The dismissal fugue didn't have any effect on that.
it did not.
Gordier is about sick of losing body parts and the noise. He can't exactly make it known, but he wants to go and use these spiked boots to stomp all over that slimy guy.
And if he heads
of course,
towards the secret door, I'll
like I said-
follow him.
So you're heading to the secret door to go stomp on the slimy thing? Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Oh yeah, he says.
You can make it there probably within a couple minutes. It's very close. Probably less than that, honestly. Yeah, so it
As he pulls the
is.
spike out of the door, he'll
Okay.
lift his weapons up, and you can't understand him, but he basically goes like, says like, take no prisoners.
Yeah, and you can get back
Yeah.
in this room, no problem. And the creature's still sleeping. But yeah, proceed as you wish. Again, it's covering this large pit. There's a door on the north, which is to your far left, of course, covered by the slime. And there's a hallway across from you directly, but of course, again, covered, by this blobbing mass.
Some of these blobbing tendrils that are coming off of them with the liquid
Spheres,
time
yeah.
stuff, spheres. Does it look like he could chop any of those off?
No, it all seems to be one part of him.
Okay. And the head of this thing, is that accessible? Or is it like way
You would
up on
have
the
to,
roof?
yeah, you would have to climb. He's pretty tall, quite tall actually.
None of us brought guns.
And sadly, no guns. Flintlock would have done nice, I think. But yeah, so he's just kind of there and he's sleeping.
Pull out the grappling hook and rope, and he'll try and hook him in the head and pull him down.
Very nice. So you can hook him. Go ahead and roll a d4 for damage as you do, like for him. Let's see.
That will be a 4.
Okay, so he will take 4 points of damage while he's asleep.
And I'll help him pull on the rope to pull the thing down.
Okay, so you can start tugging at it, and both of you do a strength check.
This is when we want to roll below, right?
Yes.
I have a success.
Okay.
Success.
Okay, so
All those low rolls are working for me now.
let's say you succeed in pulling him closer as he wakes up naturally, and his little arms and things flailing.
Little
as he
T-Rex
gets-
arms?
Yeah, little T-Rex arms made of slime, or this blobby stuff. Yeah, and he's within striking range, but you do manage to pull him a bit lower, probably to your. So yeah, roll initiative as he is brought close to you. He's on a 6.
6.
Nice. Simultaneous.
And I'm at a 2.
Very nice. Okay, so Lael and the sacred parasite will act simultaneously. So go ahead and do what you wish to do.
So
Because it's
is his head within striking range?
Yeah, he's pretty close, and he's going to be trying to whack you this turn.
I'm gonna whack him first, right in the
Very
face.
nice.
No, I'm not. Nope.
Okay.
That was a 9.
He's going to try to try to whack you with his strong arms. Let's see. He rolls a 17. I think that hits you.
Yep, that hits me.
So, let me make sure I get this right. So, let's see.
How dead am I?
You will take d6 per round.
Per round? Oh crap!
So wait, let me see. 1 chilling touch doing d6 per round. That's just what it says. So, okay. So do roll d6. Let's say it's d6 rounds. Let me see. D6.
You're gonna make me roll my own damage?
Her own lethal damage.
Yeah. Okay, so you only take 2.
Okay.
Thankfully.
Woohoo!
Hold on, let me make sure. Let's see. So it just says d6. Yeah, per round. Okay.
Until it's dead, or until I'm dead?
Doesn't say. So next round you'll roll a save versus. Just do a paralysis save next round to see if you unfreeze.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I was about to say d6 per round would just automatically kill you eventually. So
Yeah.
you'll just have to like unfreeze your next round, your next turn, or else you'll take d6 chilling damage. Okay, cool. That makes sense. So now it is on d2 with Gordier.
Gordier pulling this thing down and seeing it strike his beloved friend Lael. He's going to smash out with his hammer and roll double 18s. So that'll be a modified 20.
Oh, good.
Kill it in one
For
blow.
a mighty 1 point of damage.
Wow, that is. He does not look very affected at all. But his face is still
And then
motionless.
And he'll sort of push, because Lael's like kind of frozen by this thing. He'll kind of like push her over and stand over her, kind of straddling her body,
Cool.
putting himself between him and the thing, if that's possible. I don't know if I can.
Yeah. You can definitely move into in between them. So it's going to be its turn as well as Lael's simultaneous. Of course.
I succeed my paralyze. Got
Very
an 18.
nice. Let's see if it hits you. And it does not hit you. Yeah. So you're golden. So awesome. So you're not frozen.
Was that my turn?
Yes.
Okay.
And then it will go to Gordier.
Gordier makes a swing. His low's a 13, so 15 to hit.
And it has 18 armor class. So you
So
do
it will
miss.
miss.
Yeah. So it will go to its turn as well as Lael simultaneous. And this time it's going to try to attack Gordier since he's golden.
And this whole time he's screaming out dwarven curses with a tongueless mouth.
Okay. And he will hit you, Gordier, by the way, for you're chilled for 1 damage. So you'll just have to make the save next turn to be unfrozen or continue taking damage. And Lael, what are you doing?
Well, I tried to get up and swing at it, but it was a 17 and an 8. So
geez.
Nope.
Nice. And it goes to Gordier as you're hit and chilled.
I rolled a 7 and my paralyze is a 10, so I am still frozen.
Okay. So back to the top, and you'll automatically, of course, take 5 damage. 5 cold damage. And it will swing its hand and try to hit the elf in this. So, Leo. Uh-oh.
Get it. I'm not gonna leave my friend. Why does it swing around so much to roll on such shitty numbers? 12 and a 2.
Yep. So as you miss, and it will go to Gordier. Try to save out of that.
Gordier will roll an 11. That's above, so he does save this turn.
Very
He
nice.
shakes off the cold frigidness and ends his turn.
Okay, so yeah, back to the top, Leal.
Um,
And this creature misses, period. So
I'm not hitting it very well. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we could do. But I think of anything, so I guess we'll just swing some more for nopes.
very
Double
nice.
nopes.
For nopes, double nopes.
Double nopes.
Everyone missing as it goes to Gordier.
Gordier rolls a 16 for his lower, which is too low to hit.
Oh yeah,
Just
definitely.
swings that axe and it bounces off of the.
Is that with your
Explode.
bonuses? Like two
That's with
hit?
my bonus. I
Yeah.
rolled a 14.
Damn, very nice. Yeah, so not quite enough as it goes back to the top of Leo and the monster.
Which die? They're both rolling so badly. They're
What's this
all
curse?
rolling
Just roll at
badly.
disadvantage.
And it misses the dwarf.
20 and a 5.
Oh geez, so close, but so far. As it goes to Gordier. Save the
Gordier
day,
rolls a 19 and a 1.
So the one misses quite poorly.
Whenever I threw the fire on it last time, did it seem to do anything?
It broke some of
Other
the little
than-
spherical things that made some liquid stuff kind of like shoot away along the floor, heading towards something.
Do it. Burn
Okay.
him. He's doing cold stuff to us. Fire seems to be the opposite.
Yeah, I'll use my turn to light a torch, and if I face, it's like right down at us.
Okay. You can chunk a torch at it. It will miss. Okay.
No.
Or he missed. I mean, you can
Oh.
chunk the torch, yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm
Somebody-
just gonna set it to his freaking face. So do I need to roll to hit that?
Yeah, do a melee attack, I suppose.
Well, it's gonna be a 14 and a 4, so it's a slippery fucker apparently.
Yeah, he just kind of brushes it off somehow with his little monster arms as it goes to Gordier.
Gordier will reach back into his pack for one of the flasks of lantern oil. And
Mm.
he'll grab it. He'll just toss it straight at his face and hope that it'll break and slosh over him. Actually, no, he's not going to toss it. He's going to uncork it and just start with a jerk off motion, spraying him
Perfect. And it will,
with kerosene.
it'll splat
all
all over.
over his skill.
It'll shoot all over its face. And I suppose that will be your turn as it goes back to the top. At the
Yeah.
top in the monster.
And then I would like to move after spraying him with this. I'd like
Mhm.
to move to again place myself between Lael and Mr. Snot Monster
Okay.
thing.
Do a climb check as you move a little bit further.
I'm wearing spiked boots.
Oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, you're perfect. And yeah, so back to the top. Monster will try to attack the dwarf, and Leo can do her thing.
I will throw the torch at this kerosene skeeted parasite of faith, or what was it? Parasite of what? The
Sacred
parasite.
parasite. Yeah.
Sacred parasite.
Yeah. So do a missile attack, and if you succeed, it will do the fire thing, and it does miss you, Gordier, at a 16.
Yeah, I ducked just behind my shield as I smash off one of its things, pick off its attack.
Is this a disadvantage too?
Yeah.
Okay, well I got a 19 on one, so come on, die. Come on. I got one good.
So I assume that's a miss as the torch goes probably past it, hitting the wall. And we'll say
So I
this
guess
makes...
technically it's a 2 with the -1.
Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah, so it's the torch is lost and probably put out. As it goes to Gordier.
Gordier will take his lit lantern off of the hook that's on his shield, and with that one, he'll just like hand grenade style, just lob it at the thing, hoping for the best. And his low is a 16 plus You want missile or
Yeah, missile.
melee? So still, it's going to be a miss and only a 17.
Okay, quite close, but yeah, not enough. Okay, so now this next turn, because of the time spent, his body. Oh, go
Will the
ahead.
lantern itself break open, perhaps? Since I don't know where it's landing, or
let me
obviously it
see.
shouldn't be on him, but
Let's see if it breaks. It does not break.
okay.
So, for better or worse, yeah. So this next round, what we're gonna do, because of okay, so yeah, he's a bit closer. So now we're gonna start doing. We're gonna assume that y'all are basically flesh to flesh at this point. He's been kind of pushing his large
Lobbing towards us.
blob. Yeah, I mean, because his head's kind of overarching, over his middle section. But yeah, the blob's catching up. So you will be flesh to flesh. So you're going to start taking some damage from that. So the first, okay, so we'll go simultaneous elf and creature.
Nope.
Okay. And it misses as it goes to Gordier, who also will take automatic.
And I'll back in contact, getting to that close. I'll back up a little bit.
Yeah, you can back up, and I'll say you're probably not in contact just because the flesh is probably closer to the dwarf, the fleshy mass, blobby mass.
Yeah, he keeps pushing himself in
And
between you two.
And you'll take 2 damage, Alan, as the flesh touches you. It's just a really cold damage, but his attack will miss you. So
Now, am I frozen?
no, it's just
Okay,
icy
good.
damage.
Good. Just checking. Grabbing my axe back in hand, I'll take a swing,
Okay.
but that will not hit. As
Okay.
I'm gritting my teeth and spitting a little bit of frozen blood from my mouth.
This isn't working, Gordier. Do we want to run again?
Well, I figure we're fighting our way back towards that secret door, begrudgingly giving up each step. So
Okay.
if you turn and run, I'll probably follow.
And it is at your turn, Lael, as it will also try to attack the dwarf. So you can decide what you wish to do, and it misses.
I will run to the door, get out my second flask of oil, and try to. Can I light my oil and then throw it?
Yeah, and just do like a ranged attack, see if it hits.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to do that from the door. Oh, yay!
Excellent.
It's an 18.
Okay. So, let's see. I think it's a D.
Page 60. It's a D4. If the damage is a 4, then the victim must make a save versus breath weapon and suffer another D4. If it's a second D4 on the second one, then it becomes engulfed in flames.
Oh, very nice. Okay, so
2.
Okay, so it takes 2 flame damage, but it does not become engulfed in flames. Sadly.
Sorry, I couldn't.
Out of curiosity, does the rest of it where I had splashed it with lamp oil, does that burn too, or just where she hit? Did she hit like a different part?
That's a good question. Let's say it does, and I'll roll damage for that, actually.
All right.
Sweet.
And it takes another 3 damage. Not bad. Okay, so... Alright, so that was the ultimate miss. Right, so it's on Gordier. He takes more D4 more damage.
Oh no.
So 2 damage.
Gordier's looking like he's in magic user health territory. Begrudgingly takes a step backwards as this thing keeps coming and it's now on fire, and he'll also take a swing. But the 3 that I see is not going to do.
No, it will not. As it goes back to the top, Lael and the creature will attack the dwarf, and Lael can take her action as well.
And Gordier's now like kind of motioning towards her more or less, without saying it, kind of like screaming. He's yelling something, but he's kind of motioning towards the door.
Yeah, I'm at the door.
Ooh, it rolled a 16, but I think that will miss you.
It will.
Whew.
Like, Dale's gonna kind of look at Gordier and be like, "Get away from it," or something, and I will throw one of my daggers at it.
Okay.
And that's gonna be can a knife go and not hit like pa-ching? But
Oh, yeah.
yeah, the knife
It'll
doesn't
just-
do nothing.
Yeah, it just gets stuck somewhere in the blobby mess. And it'll go to Gordier.
Gordier will continue backing his way towards the door. He'll take a
Okay.
swing before. He'll take one last swing. That'll hit at a 19
Very nice.
for a total of 3 points of damage before he turns and hightails it. For the
Okay,
door.
so you'll do one more d4 of flesh-to-flesh contact before you can turn.
Roll low, roll low.
Yeah, I'll roll that. Hold on, here we go. A 2.
Is that low enough?
Is that low?
He's at 1 hit point left.
Oh gosh.
Okay, so Gordier makes it, we'll say he gets a nice little distance out. And it'll go back to the top. It'll do one more, this time it's going to do a vomit attack at you guys in the doorway. Let me see.
Since we're simultaneous, can I hit the latch and get it
Yeah.
shut before
Yeah,
it opens?
Yeah.
Before it vomits on us? Hork. That's my thing. Trying to shut that door.
Yeah, it will
As soon
be
as
shut.
Gordier got through.
Okay, so you're out of combat.
Gordier will kind of drop a spike at the door and just sort of back up and clutching on his frostburnt skin, kind of like slump to the ground in pain,
Very nice.
leaving his elf companion to spike the door shut.
I'll spike the door shut the way I saw Gordier do it earlier. And I'll kind of look at him and be like, I don't think we can keep this up.
He'll nod at you agreeingly.
So I don't have the kind of magics to restore us. I think we need to get the F out of Dodge.
He'll
Whatever.
tap the rather large sack of silver coins that we picked up from the Coptic snakes
Mm-hmm.
and nod at you and say, and kind of with a thumb over his shoulder, more or less pantomiming, yeah, let's get out of here. We got some treasure. Let's go heal up.
So you want to... Well, you got to find your way out, I suppose.
Well,
Oh, wait, no, yeah. That's true.
we
Go through the way you...
know. Yeah.
you got one way.
As long as there's nothing else waiting for us, we should be okay.
So far, so good. So you want to go back to the cabin, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hightail it down the mountain, maybe.
Yeah, okay,
Back
yeah.
to the cabin, probably bypass Zeke's house and go that shortcut way that you said we found.
Yeah.
Let me see if
Since
there's any...
Zeke was a giant jerk ass sending people up here, apparently.
No, Zeke was warning you. Let's see.
Whatever, that was his handwriting.
Different. Who knows his intentions? I know his
Dick.
intentions, but
He's a dick.
he is a dick.
Stab him in the face.
You should have. Could always stop at his house. So let's see. Okay, so bada bing. So roll. So if you're going down the mountain, both of you do a climbing check, and whoever's wearing the climbing gear would get a +2 to the check.
Well, if he's the spiky boots and the gear, or can he have the boots, I have the gear?
You would probably need to be wearing it all to receive the benefits.
Okay. Gordier can have it then, since he's become a fan of the spiky boots.
That's a fail.
I'm gonna.
Ooh.
I also failed.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Let me see what happened. As you both fail, a climb save down the mountain. And it is dark outside. No, you all slept, so it's not dark. Okay, but it's still wintry. Okay, so
Rocks fall, everybody dies.
essentially, you both will take some damage. So, from the fall, you'll both take. Let's see. Gordier takes 6 damage.
I die.
Oh no!
Lael takes it's 2 damage.
I'm
As you also-
unconscious.
Okay, so Lael is now unconscious on the side of the mountain as Gordier's body slides further down into the tree line, probably slamming his head on some rocks on the way down. Its little body crumpling once it stops. And I guess we would have to say that Lael probably dies from the elements and being unconscious, and no one is going to find her. I guess it's where you both
Yeah.
finish. The
There are no death throws.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Well, heck, well, I hope you all had a good time. I'm kind of bummed you guys didn't get to see the apocalyptic ending, but I think this worked out pretty well. I hope you all had a good time playing it, of course.
Yeah, I had a great time playing.
It's a blast running it. with
I
y'all.
got
Yeah.
Ian over here. I got Ian over here making fun of us because we weren't fighting the snot monster. I'm sorry that I had to go back in
Yeah,
there for it.
he messaged me as well. I think he wanted to see the shit show happen. But yeah, I'll kill the broadcast and we can chat for a minute. But yeah, thanks again.